Good afternoon and welcome to Nokia, Finland. Over the next 5 days, 200 competitors representing 45 countries will be challenged by two of the world's greatest courses en route to crowning our world champion. Isaac Robinson is your two-time and defending world champ. Can he make it a three-peat, or will someone else's dreams come true? This is round one of the PDGA World Championships presented by Discmania. We're getting right into the action. Estonia's own Albert Tom. Second shot on hole number 10. Bullseye hit by the bazooka. Paul Macbeth tees off on one as he hunts for another world title. Short and left. Anthony Barella looking to close out his solid opening round on the 18th. Not a problem from inside the circle. Yataro Sakai over on the 11th, finding the bottom of the basket. Early Zuka replay. We're going to roll it again. Sakai in. Sullivan Tipton on 16, looking for birdie. Gets to 10 under. Just 2 holes left to go in his opening round, and live with Gannon Burr on the tee of hole 1. Gannon Burr hunting his first world title. Estonian champion. Welcome in, everyone. Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, joined alongside Nate Doss, 3-time world champion. And Nate, we're in Finland.
Yes.
I mean, the view doesn't get any better. This is literally the green and the fairway of 18 directly behind us. It's been a long time in the making, but it's the world's.
Yeah, it truly is. And I got to congratulate UC Maresma, his entire team. It was 19 years ago that 5 or 6 of us Americans came here to play in Finland. The dream of the world started 12 years ago, and here we are today. Regardless of where the World Championships is held, Terry, though, this will be a life-changing moment for whomever wins it. Whether you're adding another one to your already record-setting pace like Paul Macbeth, or Isaac Robinson trying to go 3 in a row, with very few people have done. It just doesn't matter. I mean, 20 years ago this week, Terry, an relatively unknown player from California, became a one-time world champion. That could easily happen this weekend, and what a stage it would be here in Finland.
Yeah, and they have truly set the stage, as you just said. So many hours and just the tasks and the roles and the moving of earth, literally and figuratively, to make these courses, to make this event happen has been incredible. We're going to take a look at who's been some of our first-time winners. You have to think about, will we see a first-time champion here at Worlds? Well, we saw a little earlier this year that Ezra Robinson picked up his first Elite Series. Maury Villman did the same. Not too long ago, Ezra Aderhold also picked up his first win in a very historic weekend over in Des Moines. And the playoff that we saw, which ultimately led to Ben Callaway hoisting the trophy just a few weeks ago over at the #1 course in the world, Krokel. And Kelvin Heimberg has won before, but nothing that's been deemed a major until just a couple of weeks ago. And if you've been sitting around and waiting for the enthusiasm from Kelvin, well, when he wins a major, he delivers on said enthusiasm. So he is looking for now a world title.
Yeah, he certainly did, and what a way to be that major winner there. You know, We just saw all those first-time winners, Terry, but man, there's something about a world championship that is just that much more difficult. You add that 5th round in there. These courses are tight and difficult, man. It's going to be a good week.
It certainly is, and we're blessed to have one incredible guy out there doing some work for us as well in Brian Earhart. He's out on the ground, hustling around, giving us some insights. He's going to join us. And Brian, we're getting mixed up here. We got so many words, so much excitement going on, but you're here on the ground. You've been over here for a little while, over in Europe. We've seen a number of things, including even how weather impacts all of the play out here. What are we experiencing here in round number 1?
Well, there's a lot of competition to talk about. We'll kind of get to that later on in the week. Today, conditions-wise, I've been told by a lot of people that if you talk to the Finnish locals, they're going to tell you, just don't worry about the radar. There was a lot of doom and gloom going into the week, and even going into today, I thought we were going to get crushed by a thunderstorm, but all of that's dissipated so far. I believe it's down to a 20-30% chance of getting something later in the afternoon, but let's just keep listening to the locals throughout the week, because again, 12 years in the making, this just didn't happen overnight. Let's hope for some good weather. And the other thing that I wanted to say is you guys in the booth are longtime movers and shakers of disc golf, doing things simply because you wanted to do it and see something like this happen. And you're not alone. I talked to longtime mover and shaker in the Midwest, Pete Cashin. He's over here today spectating the event, and he told me, Brian, I never thought in my lifetime I would see something like this. And there's a lot of people feeling the fruits of that labor for a very long time. And yeah, somebody's dream might come true today, or this week.
Yeah, well, very well said, Brian. And tell Uncle Pete I say hi. But, we're here in Finland. We saw it this morning with Evelina Salonen and all the Finnish women. So popular. We have Nicholas Antila out there, obviously a superstar in this country. He's won back in the U.S., but what's the sense of all these Finns when it comes to Antila? I mean, he's a true celebrity here.
He really is, and in the press conference, Terry was kind of asking him about that, and at first he's like, no, I'm not that big of a deal. Yeah, I'm kind of a big deal here. And I talked to him in Estonia, and I said, hey, how you feeling about the major? He says, well, over here in Estonia, it feels like I'm on vacation. I don't care. I know what's waiting for me at the World Championships, and it's been chaos. I mean, this is a guy like Niklas having to do the other side of his job, all the media, all the interviews, the spotlight on you, and with that mounting pressure and a bigger and bigger target. And you know what? It isn't just because he's from Finland, it's because he's proved it that no matter what, maybe other players like an Anthony Barella has that physical strength over him in regards to throwing the disc. This is the most tactical player that I've seen in such a long time, and I cannot wait to see him play these courses this week.
It certainly is going to be exciting. And as you were just talking about celebrity status, I think about what creates that is fandom and ultimately the fans. Mm-hmm. Tell us, what are the fans like here, and what's the enthusiasm been like on the ground?
I have never felt more proud to be a disc golfer. It feels like all of the grassroots efforts for all these decades led to this moment. Everybody here is just having the time of their lives. The infrastructure built out here and over at the Tom Perret Disc Golf Center, unlike anything I have ever seen in my entire life. I thought nothing was going to top Estonia, but now we have this on 2 courses, and it's day 1, and everywhere flooded with spectators, and I just couldn't be happier for the people that have made the trip over here to see something so historic. The players feel the energy from it. This is the highest level of production that this sport has ever seen, and it's definitely well-deserved.
Well, we are certainly looking forward to it. The fans already showed out this morning for the FPO action, and they're only going to continue to grow this afternoon. Brian, don't get lost in that sea of fans. We need you to keep an eye on the action for us, but thanks for joining us, and we'll talk to you a little later on.
Well, yeah, Terry, I know that you know what it's like to be the on-course guy here at the European Open, so I'll do my best to stay alive out there. But you guys have a good time in the booth. We'll see you out there.
And with that, we saw Sullivan Tipton picking up yet another birdie.
Yeah, Sully trying to be the outright leader with a birdie on 18.
Again, and just a step inside the circle. Short and left. Sounds like he may have seen or heard some type of distraction. He said he should have waited. Here's Albert throwing the 11th.
God, it just reminds me of when Albert Tom jumped onto the scene here at the European Open at the Nokia Disc Golf Park. And he's back. He's playing well today.
And closing out his round on the 18th, Turo Yotsen finishes with an 11 under. With tips from none other than Nate Doss, Isaac Robinson applying some tape, all en route. He's trying to become a 3-time world champ.
Yeah, I learned from you.
Click mix. Monta hyvää pikkukarkkia, lakua, hedelmää ja rakeita. Mä tykkään niistä toukista. Mä tykkään niistä kaikista. Haribo Click Mix.
Beth at 69.
I just told myself, you gotta will this one in there. Whatever you have, just will it in there.
This man is unbelievable. This is what athletes live for. This is the moment.
We are here. We are one. We will fight. We will fall. We will prevail. From the fjords of Norway to the shores of Spain, from the fire of Iceland to the hope of Ukraine, 30 countries, one voice. Go Europe.
The PDGA Professional World Championships are presented by Discmania. Reinvent your game. And welcome back as we're taking a look at the Hold My Bag picks here by Nate Doss. Wow, quite a lineup you got there, buddy.
I got to tell you, it's a fun opportunity for me to sit back and try to pick all these different tiers, finding people through these different areas that you might think might play well here. Barsby's played great, took Macbeth all those years ago down to the final hole. Of course, McMahon, a previous champion, but the big one at the top, Anthony Barella. I don't know. There's something about AB this week. I think he might be able to pull it out. It's just overall a pretty fun process. Of course, Simon Lizotte. We don't want to overlook Simon.
Head on over to holdmybagdg.com. will connect on hole number 2. A great start at the Worlds. Back-to-back birdies. Marvi Dillman. Also 2 for 2.
I mean, Terry, you heard Brian say it earlier. These conditions, you need to go low today. The course is playing beautifully, and it's nearly perfect weather.
And just like that, Sullivan Tipton is your outright leader at the World Championships, opening with a 12-pack. He is 12 under in the first round. Bogey-free action.
I mean, I'm kicking myself now, Terry. I should have picked Sully Tippy over there. But, man, Sullivan's been playing well. He is a very, very good player. I think today this is a great performance. But, man, the next 2 days at Tampere Disc Golf Center, that's really where it's going to. The rubber will meet the road. And Sully off to a great start. Albert Tom in 4th. He's only played 11 holes. Could be something special from Albert today. Paul just playing the layup. Very smart play here on 3.
Is that surprising? Is that
No.
just an early event play or move from him?
No, I don't think so. I think it's a very smart play. You're seeing Gannon Burr, the #1 player in the world, do the exact same thing. These guys have enough power that it would be really pointless to try and do something too special off the tee.
And what a drive off the 12th tee to put Albert here.
Man, Albert's got his game today. I mean, tee to green, he's been great. It's bogey free. He's 8 down through 11. And if he can make that putt, he's going to be 9 down through 12. It's a great view, Terry, on 3. You can see that big gap, and they've made it bigger this year. This is going to be a theme, folks, throughout the week. We're going to be talking about how the beast, of which we all know very well, Terry, has been made even more difficult. The OB tighter, the carries are longer. UC really wanted that World Championship touch. This is pulled from Gannon.
Still green flag, though.
It's one of those things over the last 2 years for Gannon Burr. Coming into the tournament with a lot of, hype and obviously playing well. Last year, one of the best players in the world. He really just has not performed at the World Championship quite yet. This could certainly be the year, though.
Yeah, he certainly spoke at the press conference of just not even feeling like he's been in contention at the Worlds for a little bit. He's looking to change the narrative this year. He also is already talking about the next 2 Worlds and where they're being played and what his chances are at those. So, long and short-term goals. Short-range putt for Tom. Not a problem. That's his 6th in a row. Albert Tom, 9 under, on fire in round 1.
That's nice.
My name's Holland Hanley.
My name is Albert Tom,
and we use the Easy Cart. I went with the Easy Cart because it lets me switch back and forth between using the bag and using the cart.
I like the simplicity of Easy Cart. In the longer courses, it takes off a lot of weight from my bag.
I also get the extra storage below.
And it works for the smallest and the biggest bags in the game.
I think the Easy Cart goes for whoever already has a nice big premium bag and they don't want to spend a ton of money also getting the most expensive cart.
Can I just say I agree?
Ditto.
This season, Team Discraft is making a statement, and the message is loud and clear. Discraft, built for flight.
Through 54 holes.
It is going to be an exciting championship Sunday.
Evelina with what might have been the single best drive in the division.
Evelina has been so good at throwing those direct lines.
2024 PDGA Champions Cup presented by Bushnell winner, Evelina Salonen.
The first Available Research Ultiworld Disc Golf Fandom Survey is now open. Now in its 4th year, with many new questions, the survey is better than ever. This is your chance to share your opinions as a member of our awesome disc golf community with questions about players, media, discs, and so much more. Results from the survey will be published in Ultiworld this off-season. The survey is only open for a limited time, so scan the QR code or go to discgolfsurvey.com to take it now and let your voice be heard.
For a limited time now, new and returning Disc Golf Network subscribers can save 15% on a DGN Pro or DGN Standard yearly subscription. Use the code WORLDSBEST. That expires on August 6th, so make sure you go out, take advantage of it. Again, 15% off. It's a lot of great action the rest of the year as we close out, and then of course that gets you into next year already. It'd be kind of silly not to do it.
And honestly, only just obviously this is Christmas Day for all of us disc golfers, but man, the playoffs upcoming, the USDGC, it's good stuff.
A little tickle of some leaves, but still inside the circle.
Yeah, overall
about 9 meters.
Yeah, that was a very well executed shot. Just the branch slowing him down just a little bit. Oh boy, 13 is very challenging. Initial tee shot.
And Adam Hammes finding his rhythm, picking up 7 of the first 9, and then getting hole number 10 already, so he's 8 under through just 10 holes.
Yeah, I know there was a little bit of concern with Hammes not playing well in Estonia just 10 days ago, but we had to consider Adam one of the favorites going in. I mean, he's played very well this year and playing very well today. And he gets out, but you could see he was right next to that out of bounds line, and he was OB. So that was the third shot for Tom. He's going to have to try to overcome this disappointment. But he likes the shot.
Looking to get up and down, and he'd be saving bogey at best. Macbeth didn't get it high enough. I think that's what he was frustrated with upon release.
And the challenge of leaving the putt or the shot short here is this putt. This is right on the top of a little mound, OB behind the basket. We see a ton of rollaways on 3. Look at Jackie Chen. up there, playing well, 8 down through 11 holes.
Masters eligible KLA Visca in the running, and not long before our final feature card tees off. Kelvin Heimberg and more. We'll be right back.
What's up, guys? This is Ezra Robinson. I'm here to show you why I use the Disc Raptor and why it's probably my favorite bag accessory I've ever had. This thing is fantastic because it keeps your towels from getting muddy and it's super easy to wash. You can just throw it right in the wash machine. It's got that turf in there to really grab that mud. Go pick yourself one up at discraptor.com. I use mine all the time. I love it. Can't recommend it high enough. So.
My buddies and I just helped grow the global disc golf community. Check it out. We got our favorite shirts at Quirky Goodies, and a percentage of the sales proceeds go to the Paul Macbeth Foundation. They build great disc golf courses all around the world. I picked up 3 shirts for myself. This one's my favorite. Hey, if you're like me and you're always looking for a discount code, use this one, JoMizPro15. That'll give you 15% off. QuirkyGoodies.com. Buy a shirt, make a difference.
Has your game gotten stale?
Bro, I'm so done with this game. I'm shanking all my drives. I'm missing all of my putts. Even my discs think I suck. Bro, your game is trash. God, dude, you suck. You're trash, bro.
Yo, bro. You're looking a little gray. Try some color. Thanks, Ledgestone.
This is the Ledgestone finale. 10 days of massive drops starting August 6th. Add some color to your game. Visit shopledgestone.com today.
What's going on, guys? Hold My Bag just launched the greatest disc golf fantasy game in the universe.
Hold My Bag just dropped the best fantasy disc golf game the planet has ever seen.
I want to tell you guys about the newest disc golf fantasy game on the market.
One of my favorite parts is the Hold My Bag. This is something that we started doing, and it's actually a lot of fun.
We saw the approach by Macbeth. We talked about the hill directly behind, and if that caught edge, and exactly what you were worried about, that catching edge in any way and just sloping down behind the pin, and an OB for Macbeth. Makala with a 3-for-3 start.
And these are the little things that people don't necessarily think about. The fault of Macbeth was on the third. You know, it wasn't necessarily the putt. It wasn't a great putt, but he put himself in a position to make that mistake. And that's how errors compound.
Gannon now 2 under through 3.
Earlier today, Jackie Chen did take an eagle over there on hole 3, which is an amazing 3.
Albert, that's dried up short. That's trouble.
Yes, it did. And that big tree is going to be a problem for Albert. Not an easy putt there.
Good putt to keep it at just a bogey, but not what you're expecting on the third. Double digits seems like the absolute minimum that you're going to want to average out here as the week goes on, assuming we have good scoring conditions. Even when talking to the likes of Gannon Burr, we heard exactly that. Well, We mentioned earlier we've got Brian Earhart. He's out there doing some work, and we're going to be able to check in with him right after our card tees off. I believe he's caught up with, going to catch up with Doug Bjerkes, who is just beaming with excitement as our PDGA Executive Director. But let's get to the tee shots of our lead card.
3 p.m. tee time and the feature card of the MPO division. Teeing up first, the two-time European champion, representing Finland, Niklas Attila! Next to tee, the two times and reigning world champion, representing the USA, Isaac Robinson! Next to tee, representing the USA, Calvin Heimberg! Teeing off next, representing Germany, Simon Lisson!
Stress-free putts coming up for Simon, along with Heimberg. And as I was just saying, the excitement coming from one Doug Bjerkes. We'll see if Brian Earhart can possibly contain him. Brian, take it away.
Doug, we're walking down the chaotic fairway of hole one already. It's round one. Hasn't even started yet. Throw the executive director role out the window and just talk to me as a disc golfer. How proud do you feel walking these grounds today?
Oh, I'm elated to see the crowds, to see the infrastructure in the tournament, to see all the time that this event has put into taking this thing to the next level has been fantastic. I'm not just proud as a PDGA member, but just as a disc golfer in general. This is the next level.
Well, something is going on at the PDGA right now, and we have to always plug every year. We got elections coming up. Talk to us.
We do, yeah. I'd encourage everybody, if you have not voted in the PDGA board elections, the state coordinator elections, the European board elections, that you do so. And if you haven't gotten a ballot, check your spam folder or email elections@pdga.com. We want as many members as possible to vote. It makes a difference, and it does guide the direction of the future of the PDGA, which is very important to all of us as members.
Just get out there and vote. I don't want to hear anything out of any of you unless you vote. We'll see you out there.
The deadline is upon us, so do just that. Make sure you get out and vote. Attila opens the World Championships with a birdie.
That moment, Terry, of listening to the hat guy announce your name It's this year-long anticipation. The World Championships are finally here, and I always felt I just needed to get to that first tee. That was the job, to get to that first tee, then everything else would be just work. And that's where these guys are. They're working now, and it's a long work week, 5 days, this World Championship.
And there is a hill directly behind the pin. Looks to have gotten up and rolled on him. Burr off the 4th. We'll see another forehand coming from Gannon on the approach from there, catching up with Jackie Chen.
Chen's had a pretty spectacular day. He did bogey hole 1. Followed that up with a birdie, and like I said earlier, an eagle on hole 3.
A solid putt for Albert.
I don't know about you, Terry. I had that down as a double.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I mean, we'll have to confirm he was out of bounds off the tee, but
If he was, out of bounds, that would have been for double.
Either way, a big screeching stop to his great round. Yeah, you like that one, Terry?
Pretty close to ideal.
Yeah.
That's what you're looking for off the tee at 12.
Yeah, that power sidearm worked out great.
As I expected, a forehand coming from Burr on the 2nd. That just plays into the green so much better here. As we take a look overhead, they have walked across the parking lot over here to the tee of 2. And Antila is going to lay down the roller.
Yeah, this is an expected play from Antila, right? He doesn't have the big sidearm.
And if you've ever wondered, could there possibly be a roller ace? I think there was your answer right there. That just the right tree direction.
No doubt.
Could you imagine a roller ace popping in for Antila on the 2nd hole?
Right now?
Oh.
We'd have to hunker down. The eruption would be so great. You see, this is really the standard play for most of the people on tour. This is hanging out over the out-of-bounds left, swinging back in. Let's see. He will be outside the line. The roller's a dangerous play too, Terry, because you have this big crowd left. If you put it out left and hope that they're going to all get out of the way, that could easily not happen. You got to just kind of run it just down the line. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Wow. Big mistake from Simon. If you're going to throw the backhand roller, you got to lay it down on the OB line and just kind of ride that line.
To your point, even if all of the spotters and spectators are out of the way, there's still other things that could hit, including the stakes and whatnot, trying to come back in, either on the way out or back in. And that's a high inside line from Isaac, and it's not going to pan out. So he's going to be considerably short and looking at a par.
It's going to be interesting to see how Isaac performs today. In the press conference, talking about how his practice rounds haven't been great. Go, G! This guy looks pretty confident.
I'm going to roll the Zuka replay, take another look.
It's actually one of the better places to putt on the course, hole 4. Pretty flat, kind of slightly back uphill. Be pretty aggressive on that green.
2 shots. Macbeth is here for birdie. Solid. So great bounce back. after the bogey on 3.
You saw just a little branch tick is what we like to call it. Maybe just enough, but didn't affect it at all. This is not a guaranteed up and down. He's going to leave it short. I think this is a little bit of a better play, throwing the little chip sidearm. I think we saw that with Simon, that backhand, you have to try to be so precise with it. The sidearm can really just use the angle as it comes into the ground.
And that'll be a par cleanup for Jackie. Jackie played in the mixed doubles on Saturday, along with his mom.
Really?
He was out there, yeah, and taking in the action. So awesome to see.
That's fantastic.
Yes. Vino with that birdie a moment ago is a 4-for-4 start as Robinson gives it a little bit of a bid.
Yeah, and I'll say about Vino, I mean, obviously all the conversation, well earned, is about Antala. But Vino, I've played rounds out here with Vino in the past that he knows how to play well here in Nokia. Obviously a great start.
And Simon's putter is put to the test just inside the circle, but that's a lot of work and stress for a bogey on a relatively easy hole.
Yeah.
Relatively easy is maybe a little too generous, but you shouldn't be fighting for a bogey on that one.
Yeah, it's a big mistake on the release, and the angle was just too great. It's a definite disappointment.
Antala for the second hole in a row, just barely outside of bullseye, and he'll pick up the lone birdie.
I absolutely love hole 5. Just a nice drifting mid-range, maybe even a putter, slightly downhill. Kind of reminds me of a hole back home at De La Viega, just with the slope around the green. You really need to bring it in short.
It's high right side. And the spectators basically just have to do a 180 and walk back a few feet from spectating hole 2 on the right to now spectating hole 3 on the left.
Yeah, no doubt, Terry. I mean, obviously this right here is the big area that we're most concerned about. The big gap that is between where we saw these guys lay up. We saw Paul, we saw Gannon lay up. I don't think you're going to see that many of these top guys going for it. I'm imagining Jackie Chen, who did get an eagle earlier today, did go and get go for it off that shot.
Yeah, the more aggressive shot to go out and over. Forehand by Antala lets me know that this is just a layup for him.
In years past, during European Opens, this gap of out of bounds has been smaller. They definitely have extended it this year. And like I said, it's a tremendous risk on a par 5 that really you want to get a birdie on.
And watching that beautifully unravel. Nice shot by Isaac.
And this is left. Just inside the line. That's scary. I'll tell you right now, we've had a lot of moisture in the air. There was rain yesterday. You're not going to get a lot of skip. So if you're out of bounds, if you're outside these lines, you cannot anticipate that it's going to skip back in bounds.
This can be dangerous.
Yeah, it can be, and that's exactly why you see Gannon laying up. He's out there in circle 2. It's all sloping behind the pin and left, just away, away, away. No stopping beyond that basket.
I liked the drive by Hammes when we saw from the tee. I love it once we got up here and see where it actually landed. That was essentially a 10 out of a 10. Vino will go 5 for 5 to get his start.
I mean, it's really been tee to green. He parked hole 1. Everything else has been inside the circle. All he's had to do is make the putts he's supposed to make.
And we're seeing when we take a look at our Finnish players as to Antila, of course, being the highest rated, but some very impressive players throughout as we head to the 6th. Yes, please.
Wow.
I mean, just on a rope.
His tee to green play is, that's incredible.
That's
what
a bullseye
shot.
hit.
I do like this angle for Calvin. He can run it straight and just try to swing it in left.
Calvin looking at an easy up and down from there. And Adam Hammes will put in for birdie.
Yeah.
Gets to 10 under through 12.
Yeah, I mean, just the 2 pars. Hammes, he is, you know, once he gets going and the confidence is there, he can go as low as anybody.
Brian, can you confirm, is Simon out of bounds on that shot?
Yeah, from my angle, it looks like he's just out of bounds. They threw a flag down pretty early. He's going to have a straight look at the pin.
Antila keeping it nice and low.
So you can see the advantage of the power that we just saw out of Calvin Heimberg. You know, pushing it way up there. These guys who are ahead of Calvin are actually landing behind him. And that's an immediate pull. Wow. That's the second one we've seen, but he's going to get away with it. Missing all the early trees and getting up near the basket. Tough to tell here from the camera, Terry, but this is slightly playing back uphill the whole way. So if you don't have that pop on it, hard to get all the way back to the basket. And this is smoked. Even with the branch hit. Great shot. Out in the open, he's going to be able to have all the options available to him to attack.
I would expect a wide sweeping hyzer from right to left to attack the green. With the backhand, here's Robinson.
Those trees right there, why it's so hard to get the 3 here on this par 5. tough to get under him and push it all the way back to the basket.
Beautiful aerial coverage brought to us by our friends over at Flight Factory, who's celebrating the 2025 World Championships with free shipping in the U.S. or $5 off international shipping with the code WORLDS25. And that is valid through Sunday. So make sure you get to it. Again, WORLDS25, valid through Sunday. Gets you free shipping in the U.S. or $5 off your international shipping when you're making your order. Brian, we've seen a few mistakes out here. Is there anything in terms of wind or anything else we're missing that you're out there on the ground that we're not seeing or hearing?
No, conditions are really nice right now. Just watch Simon kind of burn one a little bit low, but still in position. It was a gentle head cross to the left, but not really much to affect the shots too much. So, yeah, this is really scoreable conditions on this track. That's why we're seeing such low scores from some of these guys coming in early.
Long jumper from Macbeth, which immediately he's disgusted with.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the trees, you know, to the just above and to the right of onto his head, you see almost no movement, just a slight sway in these birch trees out here. Yeah, Antela was in a tough spot there, Terry, because if he was going to go with the backhand, it would have been a much smaller window to hit the sidearm, although the sidearm brought that fence into play. Not surprised to see that miss there. If he walks away with the birdie here, Terry, that's highway robbery. And he almost gets it.
Kelvin wants to just come into the hill, short of the basket, and let the hill put on the brakes, and he's done just that.
One of the biggest questions I had coming into this week, Terry, is did the lid finally come off the basket for Calvin in a major? Right, he won last 10 days ago. Was that just what he needed? I mean, it certainly could be.
Interesting hearing him kind of answer that in the press conference when he went on to say, yeah, I could celebrate. It's great. I checked it off the box, but now Worlds is here. Like, I'm ready to go again. So it's kind of funny to hear him, know that it's back to work. You can't sit and rest on what you did 10 days ago. And we all know. We've been cheering and rooting for him. So many players have, even Isaac Robinson jumping up in jubilation when that putt went in on the final hole. A lot of people cheering for Calvin, but he knows he's back to business, and Worlds is the next goal that he has.
Danger zone here for Simon. Just outside the circle enough to make this scary, just like we saw from Macbeth earlier. Way off.
And that was the worst of all scenarios. He kind of gave it the lofty putt, which is something he did from that exact same spot in his doubles competition. Lofts it up. There he at least hit basket. This time misses everything and then still gives the roll away. So it's essentially a half bid that still bid him.
Yep.
And that's terrible.
And not going to get as good of a lie as Macbeth did. He's got to go to a knee here.
Awkward. Able to still put it in. Impressive, but that's a stroke just thrown away. And that one danced a little bit before falling in.
Let's not get dancing too early, Terry.
There's some long finish nights here. I've learned. Anything can happen out here.
Now you can see Adam after that beautiful tee shot. Just can see the basket down the hill and just a little bit shy. Great kick to kick away from that big tree. That will be a green light putt. He's going to worry about the slope behind just a little. But still a chance to make birdie for Hamas outside the circle.
And Vino, 6 for 6.
It's the dream.
Just
dream start.
84 more birdies, and this is yours.
It's over. It's over.
mean, come on. Why not?
Man, I really haven't shouted out Double G. What a start to his World Championship. Double G, one of those guys been playing for a long time. Boy, if he could make a run here, that would set the disc golf world on fire, as we all know and love Double G.
And coincidentally, Double G was the very first card to go out today. I talked to him upon arrival, and he was the very first card. Oh, off the basket to roll just outside of bullseye. I'm going to take another look. And this is Sakai. We've already seen a few highlights from him today.
I mean, he gets the Zuka pre-show, the one shot, almost making a 2 here on hole 16.
Yeah, and you can use code DGPT for 25% off your order over at oneshotenergy.com. They've got voice chews, focus chews, energy chews, voice drops, all of those things. Head on over oneshotenergy.com as Hamas isn't able to convert from circle 2. Vino would love to keep the birdie train rolling right through this fairway. And that's a great start to it.
He has not missed a shot. He hasn't missed a line. He hasn't missed an angle. It's all been perfect.
And as long as this tee shot is clean, you're probably setting yourself up for a good second shot, as long as you don't hit anything.
And that is the third pulled tee shot from Gannon Burr. He's gotten away with it so far, but eventually that will bite him. He's going to have to clean that up.
Oh, that continues to push forward.
Hole 4 has got Isaac Robinson's name all over it. Perfect for his game.
He can still par, but birdie out of the question now.
Yeah, you really, this initial gap is, only about maybe 30 feet wide. And then you can see the tree dead center in the middle of the fairway. That's another about 80 feet ahead of the initial gap. It's a challenging tee shot. These sidearms are really just trying to use speed to get through the gap and then use the hillside to slow them down. The backhand has more potential to get way up the fairway than the sidearm does.
And he won't be far from where we just saw Robinson land as well. Little stretch out to the right shouldn't be a problem. Straddle around that tree.
I got to hand it to Albert. After that double, he stepped up. He made back-to-back birdies on 14 and 15 and almost a bullseye here on 16.
He should go on to pick up yet another birdie.
Man, just that one hiccup. He could be leading the tournament without that, but still a chance to shoot double digits.
And he'll be outside the circle, as we were just saying. It didn't seem like he had missed a shot. That was probably his most errant shot thus far, and he's still putting for birdie.
It was errant, a little bit left, but had he not hit that little post, he would have been inside the circle, so not far off.
Calvin doesn't like it. He's going to have to get something real tricky or sneaky in order to still be able to pick up the par now. Not long ago, Calvin Heimberg over in Estonia in Tallinn was able to pick up his first PDGA major victory.
I think one of the things that was most impressive was that he didn't have an out of bounds for the entire tournament. There was OB on every single hole, Terry, and he avoided it somehow throughout the week. And even with the sketchy putt that he had on 17 as we were heading down, finishing up the tournament, Calvin somehow dug deep and was able to make this 43-footer. That is to be envied, Terry. What a feeling.
That is a bottom of the ninth, 2 on or 3 on, 2 outs, full count, the whole story.
Yeah.
And then, hitting the home run or getting that hit that brings in the winning runs. That is what you dream of. Making that clutch three-pointer as a buzzer beater, whatever it is, whatever sport analogy you want to use. That was as clutch as it gets to win it on the final hole of regulation.
I mean, obviously the idea of having a putt on the final hole to win any tournament, but in front of that crowd in a major championship, when you haven't won one before, top notch.
Plenty of people expected him to come up low, especially in that scenario. That's kind of his miss.
And with the miss he had on 17, I just so proud of Calvin for what he's done.
Antala making it look easy. Can Vino keep it going? To go 7 for 7.
He's got
this
this
from 12 meters
oh, yeah.
all day. Just dropping them in.
Like I said, I have played with Vino here at European Opens, and he knows this course as good as anybody. Vino is sort of a pitch putter, but he's got this downhill putt here, and beyond the basket, just down this way, is a big slope. This is all Rollerville down here, so he's got to be very, very careful with that. You can kind of see as he releases it, he's just trying to loop this thing up there, and I think he did a good job. He had these low branches here to deal with. These ones were kind of sort of in his way, but keeps it just underneath and continues the birdie train.
Well, thanks to our friends over at Disc Golf Deals USA. They have pictures and scaled weights of every disc, along with same-day shipping, rewards on every purchase, expert reviews and comparisons. Your game, our passion.
Yeah, nice shot.
Oyvind doing his best statue impersonation, just standing there waiting for Albert to put in.
What does this say? He's throwing a sidearm. Interesting.
That could be one of the problems, because this could roll to 40 or 50 feet away without a look, and it looks like it's finally going to check up, but outside of the circle.
That is shocking. That is shocking to see him throw that. That is a relatively easy backhand for somebody of Isaac Robinson's skill level.
Not a problem for Burr.
I mean, the #1 player in the world just absolutely stealing a birdie there after the pulled tee shot.
Standstill by Makula. Going for the 8-pack. Even easier. Downhill look for Heimberg.
Yeah, Calvin's kind of bushwhacking here on 4. Still a chance to save it, but a lot of danger as this slopes towards our camera.
Confident putting stroke from Lizotte. Brian, do you expect that Isaac was just playing for the ground play or just a better angle coming in, and that's why he went forehand as opposed to backhand?
Yeah, I actually have no idea. I was expecting him to sit up there and try to throw backhand. Maybe it was the slope. Maybe he was just trying to put a little bit more flex and play the slope with a little bit more subtle angle. But definitely surprised me. I know he's been putting a lot of work into the sidearm, him and his brother both. But yeah, that's just, if he's breaking it out at the World Championships, clearly he's confident in it.
Kind of 0 for 1 at this point, though. So he's going to take a par after nearly perfect tee shot. Disappointment for Isaac. Fights his way through, gets the green flag. That was very fortunate, as there's a lot of trees on that left side. Haven't really talked too much about Paul so far, just 1 under.
He's about to double that, and he'll get to 2, but certainly a slow start. And when you compare that to what we've seen by, obviously Vino's in a class of his own, looking to go 8 for 8, but we're seeing players 7 for 9 or 6 for 8. You know, players are really setting a pace, and that bogey by Macbeth certainly halted that and hasn't done anything special, as we just watched the tee shot by Albert Tom.
Very nice ground play. Our catch cam gives a great perspective of the slope that these players are sort of playing over. It's not really affecting them, but the gravity, everything is pulling left here. So as the disc is coming in and landing, it's just going to want to shuffle left and start to kind of wiggle down the hill. The best shot you can throw here is something with just a little bit of hyzer and just come up to flat and just let the disc do the work as you're playing slightly downhill. Anything that lands at this basket, easily 30 to 35 long, maybe more, depending on the ground play. You really need to come in short, just like we saw from Antila. You can see that slope, man. It is severe as the players walk down to the pin.
Hammis will have a long look. and wasn't shy with the effort.
And that is the most aggressive green that you can just really go at. There's nothing to worry about. On the other hand, this is very scary downhill putt. Can easily put that one out of bounds.
Austin Turner for a birdie look on 14. The jumper is good. Okay, 8 and left no crumbs so far. Doing work.
Yeah, one of those finished buffets. Just keep going up to the counter. One of the big things about the World Championships is the length, 5 days, but just the mental stress and exhaustion that it takes. Because it's 5 days of just pure focus. You have to try and not let the little things get to you. You know, it's a disappointing miss. You know, disappointing start for Simon, disappointing miss there for Calvin, but you can't let it get under your skin.
Somehow that one stays in. A little dancing on the left side. Robinson collects the birdie on the 5th. Gallery loves the birdie by Antala. Vino, forehand, tee shot of 9.
Was a little inside. You could see it initially, the release. Caught one of the branches from the birch tree.
Now he's going to need a very long putt to keep the Purple Crown going.
You see the angle there. A lot wider for Gannon. The result.
Looking for birdie, but let's take a look at hole number 6 and what you need to do here, Nate.
Well, hole number 6, you can see it's playing as the 8th hardest, and we're playing all back uphill here. The initial tee shot is off. It's not that challenging, but it's the distance as we're playing back uphill. You can see we're just about mid part of the fairway here. This is where it starts to get challenging. We'll go ahead and just stop it right here. You can see this gap right here. This is only about, call it 25 feet wide, but these two trees here, 1 and 2, are slightly offset, and this is all playing back uphill. So if you don't have the speed, like we saw from Macbeth, he hit this tree right here. If you don't have that speed to jump up this wood chip hill, you're not going to get all the way to the basket. It is a great par 3 that plays back uphill. We can keep it rolling to check out that green. But those wood chips slow everything down. You got to have the speed as you come into this green.
Says it's too early, but it fights up the right side. Should be an obstructed putt, but he'll still have a look. Macbeth on the tee at 9. secure a birdie for Paul on the 9th, but now Robinson teeing on 6. He too is on the right side, but hits a late tree.
Yeah, something I should have mentioned earlier. It is 328. You probably need like 360 power to really force your way up that final slope to get all the way to the basket.
I'm good.
If this goes in, we could just fold up shop.
Yeah, call it a week. Instead, Vino will come up short of the bullseye, and he's looking for his first par of the round. Not a bad start. Vino 8 for 9. Paul will get to 3 under. And Gannon would also go on to make that. Hammes, tee of 15. This is a spot where players really have to make a tough decision. And that is not ideal in terms of a layup. Players could choose to be aggressive, go after the pin, and go for the long green side. As Calvin's going to give that an effort up the hill.
This perspective gives such a great view of how steep it is going up that hill. Great run there from Isaac.
So a few things to deal with and look at, but relatively open for Antila. It could have been so much worse over there.
Yeah, I like it too. He's outside the circle, which means he can lunge. Didn't actually need it, but a little bit short.
Seeing pars all around. It had me second guessing just how difficult that hole was. It was playing under par, just no one from our final feature card. Burr on the 10th. That sets him up for a look for birdie. And for what was a layup, as I said, not a good one by Hammes here.
And you don't love this either. But he does stay in bounds. That was starting to work its way over towards that line. And that's a red flag for Makila.
Albert throwing a second on 18. And that should give him a clean look.
That's going to take me a while to get used to that perspective, Terry. That's up on top of the scoreboard.
I know it sounds all too obvious, but as long as you don't hit a tree off this tee shot, you're probably going to just be picking an alley to throw your approach, whether it's a little left or a little right, doesn't matter. No matter what, you're not going to have a perfectly clean line or an alley to the basket. So just don't hit anything on the initial drive, and then you'll have to get a little more crafty on the second shot. And that's no matter where you land.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are definitely, juicing up on this shot. They're easily throwing to 350, maybe 400 if you get a perfect shot. And that's going to put you inside 300. It's overall, it's a relatively, easy par 4. Not a lot of out of bounds, but boy, the rough is thick on 4. On 7, especially down to the right. Anything that kicks right is a no-go zone. That's the go zone. That was great. Nice Simon.
This is wide for McBeth. This is in trouble of getting back unless he gets a big skip, and it doesn't. Huge mistake by McBeth, and he's going to be way back in order to throw what will be his 4th shot.
Well, and he was conservative off the tee shot. He was way right, making that second shot much longer. And as I mentioned before, you're not going to get much of a skip from the out-of-bounds areas into the inbounds areas.
Oh, that was Albert for his birdie luck.
Look, Albert Tom, a double-digit round. He's currently sitting tied for 3rd. That's probably one of his best rounds of the season, Terry. But from a 2-par as well as a ratings perspective, and he saved it for the opening round of the World Championship. What a great start. Here's some other big names. There's Anthony Barella right there. Ezra Aderhold sitting in a tie for 6th place. Big Jeremy Cullen. He was struggling with his gout, but he played well today. 6 under par. A lot of big names, man. Joey Bucket, 6 under par. You can see this is kind of the catch-all area. Big tie there at 6 under. This is the view when you don't get all the way up the hill. Kind of can't see the basket. So that's a little bit shy for Isaac.
Burr throwing his 2nd on 10.
You can see how much closer Gannon is to the basket as he was more aggressive off of his tee shot. And the hay bale's going to save him there. I played several years, Terry, where those hay bales
didn't exist.
Weren't there.
You would say they didn't bail you out?
Exactly.
Your troubled shot. Here's.
There we go. Dad joke number 1.
Yet another forehand from Antala.
Again, an interesting play, but I think it's because of there was a tree right in front of him that would have made the backhand kind of tricky. Not ideal to be throwing a sidearm as it starts to fade towards the big cliff beyond the basket. Critical up and down here.
Simon finding his line there. See the yellow stake just on the left side of your screen. That indicates 50 meters to the pin. To 16. Hamas coming in at 10 under.
Very intimidating tee shot.
This is going to roll toward out of bounds, but it's going to roll back in, and he'll be safe.
Yep, he'll be safe. He'll be getting his meter, but still a very difficult shot heading over to the island on 16.
Take another look.
I mean, almost the dream putt from distance, and that easily could have stayed. I mean, it was high enough in the chain. It just, you know, it's part of the game.
And too high for Antala, off the top band. Heimberg for birdie. Certainly not a problem for Kelvin. They'll head to the short eighth, but first, Vino. And the putter is there.
It's a really valuable up and down as he threw OB off the tee shot.
Gannon Burr goes to 7 under through 10.
I think the challenge here for Hamas is he's on the back side of the landing zone. You don't practice from back here, and distance control can be an issue. Let's see how he does. And that's going to be out of bounds. I've seen it from myself and other fellow competitors too many times. When you're on that backside out of bounds, that far deep into the landing zone, it's a longer shot than you practiced. And it's such a small green. Not surprised to see that from Hammes.
Watch out for the cars, please.
Right.
Lazat is deep. Hole 8, just 236 feet. This is the shortest hole we'll see at the entire World Championships. And I believe there's only just 2 other holes in the entire Worlds that are sub 300 feet. So take advantage of the short ones when you can.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, continuing to play back uphill here on hay bales. If you can just get it over those hay bales, it's about ideal. See how that one's coming all the way up to the ridgeline, Terry, and it's just going to feed away. It's a little bit too much speed from Isaac, and he knows it. Even though he can't see where it finished, he knows put a little bit too much heat on that one.
Burr in the pond and out of bounds.
Yeah, you can see 430 feet, man. It's a big shot. Gannon hanging it out, one out just a little too wide. And there's that late pond that's about 25 feet short of the basket on the right side. If you're too far inside, the OB left comes into play. Wow.
Talking about having a day. That was clearly out of bounds.
Oh, by 8. Sorry, I got to go to meters. By 2.5 meters. That was 2.5 meters out of bounds, rolled.
Is there such a thing as a Finnish gnome that's in there that then just kicked it out?
They do have a little gnome.
Robinson not able to convert. Simon, however, does. Antala is 5 under through 8. This is playing as the easiest hole on the course. I'm not thinking that surprises anyone. 0.65 under par. So that is the definition of a must-get birdie. Villman trying to clear the pond. Actually going too inside, doesn't even really bring the pond into play. And that's pin high, a great looking shot. He'll have that left for birdie when we return.
Let's send these boys back to the lobby. Get on. Oh, Grandma's got a hot kettle for that teabag.
How did you get so much energy from a candy?
One Shot is no ordinary candy. It only has 4 grams of sugar, and the nootropics help prevent jitters and crash.
Grandma, do you think I could try one of those One Shot energy chews?
Oh, sure, honey. But if you come for the queen, you better come correct, Sprout. I'm the OG. Got it?
Got it.
Level up your energy with One Shot. Grab yours at oneshotenergy.com today.
Hallo, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
Oh, wow, guys, it looks like we have some breaking news about the world of disc golf.
Our top story tonight, Discount Disc Golf is offering premium disc golf discs for as low as $5.
2 million% more people are playing our local disc golf courses due to finding out they can get brand new discs for $5 to $7.
Things are really hot down here at the scene, but still not as hot as the deals on DiscountDiscGolf.com.
Discount Disc Golf released a statement saying that while everyone in this video is fake, the deals on DiscountDiscGolf.com are very real.
Progress. It's momentum made visible. A constant push towards perfection. Moment by moment, frame by frame, we're building towards something bigger. The time lapse was my first 12-speed driver, but I knew it could be better. So we went back to the lab, tweaked the feel, the flight, and now it's what it was always meant to be. That's progress. Introducing the retooled time lapse from the Simon line. No limits.
Long look for Vino. He is dialed today. Sure, it doesn't fall, but still a great start here for Vino. We'll see if he can keep it rolling, and Burr will need to make this to save the par.
Yeah, it's very makeable. As you can see, it's wide open, and you know, probably in the 45-foot range. See a lot of putts made from here. It's gonna be just a little bit short. This hole is tough, man. This is Macbeth short left. He went OB. Makes the putt.
Just 2 under though.
Yeah, takes that like 460 power to go the big hyzer we saw Gannon on. Simon taking the straight line. And it works. With the straight line, you do have to beat a couple of trees. With the sidearm, you can go pretty free and clear.
Saw the incredible shot by Kelvin, and you two can get in on the action. You can play DGPT Daily Fantasy if you head on over to nxtbets.com/playdgpt. You've got Heimberg placed at 9.5, and you can select better or worse. I know where I'm going with that bet. I'm not going to influence anyone's decisions out there, but I certainly know which way I'd be taking that bet. Oh, and the forehand by Onsala hung up by the final guardian tree. Hammes going to the forehand off the tee of 17. Not only does that require so much power as he's just outside the circle, but then also when it hits, it needs to stop rather than popping up, catching edge, and then potentially rolling down into the left. Are you a fan of that play, going with the forehand off that tee shot?
Yeah, I mean, 17 is what we like to say the lesser of two evils. If you're going to go backhand, you're fading towards the out of bounds. If you're going to go sidearm, you got to worry about the roll. I think if you had your choice, the sidearm, I think, would be chosen by most of the field over the backhand. But as you mentioned, it's a lot of power required over there on 17. We really haven't seen too many good looks from distance so far. We saw that one from Isaac a couple holes ago, but it's a very makeable putt. And again, just look at the trees. Absolutely dead still. You can see Antila checking the wind. It's not much. You can hear the birch trees in the background. They don't always give you a great indication as they're pretty light-leaved.
That was a terrible bid by Antila.
Yeah, it wasn't great. It was right and low immediately out of his hand.
Birdie for Simon Lizotte. He's now put 3 in a row together.
Yeah, I mean, not the best 9 holes for Simon to open up his World Championship, but as I mentioned before, it's a mental battle, this event, and he's battled back nicely.
Front 9 for Antila. He comes in at 5 under. And 3 in a row also for Heimberg there. Oh, the stepper. And Hammes with the perfect bounce back on the 17th. Back to double digits as we roll the Zuka replay.
Yeah, hard to imagine that the last 5 holes he's played even par and he's gotten back to double digits. That just goes to show you how good he was early on.
And our clubhouse leader right now is Sullivan Tipton, and after his round, he was able to catch up with Nate Perkins. Let's hear from them now.
Sullivan Tipton, coming off of your, let's call it lackluster performance at the last major, how did you feel coming into this World Championships?
Yeah, I mean, last major, first 2 rounds were so bad. I was seeing like 77th. But really, like, my last 2 rounds at the last major, you know, were pretty good. And so I had some momentum coming into this course. Felt good. I mean, been preparing like all week, and just body feels good, game feels good. So it was a good time to be doing that.
Well, how good is a 12 under par? That's unofficially 1077 rated. That was bogey free. From your perspective, how good of a round is that?
Yeah, I mean, really solid. Take that every single round out here for sure. Yeah, still had like a little missed putt. You know, one up shot could have got for sure. So there's more out there. You know, it might make lead card tomorrow. I'm not sure. All the best guys out there are still playing, and so a lot of golf left. So we'll see, but definitely satisfied and happy with the round today.
Yeah, 16 for 18, circle 2 in regulation. It says that you made 15 C1X putts today. Are those stats close? Because that is a lot of putting.
I think so. I think that's pretty accurate. Just the throws were pretty good today, and so I didn't really have to give myself too much. Nothing too big out there. Just kept it pretty close to the basket. Just made those easy putts. Just throwing felt pretty good today.
Well, talk about the dynamic of playing this course and then forgetting about it for the next 2 days.
Yeah, going out to the Monsters is a different mindset out there. You know, this is more, you know, get your birdies, and sometimes out there don't bogey this hole. And so but there's still, you know, you want to push hot for tomorrow too. You know, keep the pace up with the top. Yeah, if you're trying to take this down, you got to stay hot all week. So.
That's Sullivan Tipton with a 12 under opening round at the World Championships. Thanks, Sully. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
As he said, riding some momentum for how he finished out in Estonia. And that 12 under without a bogey. Solid work there by Tipton.
Yeah, boy, you'd be hard-pressed to find somebody who's more respectful of our game. Great young man. There's Sullivan Tipton. Look forward to watching him tomorrow. This looks short. You can see how that line is, and just going to stay in bounds. What a great perspective here, Terry, how that corner used to be more of a hard corner. They've softened it over the years, making it that much more challenging.
And again, our friends over at FlightFactoryDisc.com helping us out. Use code WORLDS25. You get free shipping if you're within the United States, or you would get $5 off your international shipping if you're making a purchase. That's good through Sunday. Just use code WORLDS25.
Yeah, it's a great perspective. I mean, this corner right here, it used to go that way. And they've just softened it over the years. You have to throw a longer shot over there on 10.
Good shot by Bradley Williams onto the green of 16.
Right, anything in bounds.
I was just going to say, just a sigh of relief, right? Like,
yes.
Sure, you'd love to be close, but at the end of the day, you're thinking, just get me on the island. Just don't let me tin cup this.
I really don't know of a more intimidating final 4 holes in disc golf. Yeah. This is an unbelievable finish out here with all the fans and the challenging of the holes. It's impressive.
As we've said, one of the visionaries of this overall experience and tournament is UC Maresma, and the experience that you had with him all of those years ago has been incredible. Him also put into the Hall of Fame, Disc Golf World Hall of Fame recently. We'll be able to catch up and get some insight and words from him in just a little bit. And I guess we can do that right now. In fact, Brian, what are you hearing out there with UC and everything else going on the ground?
Well, the first thing that I can tell you is that we have easily the biggest first round gallery that I've ever seen. And again, it just makes me so happy to see this. And UC earlier in the round came up to me, tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Is it Sunday right now?" Gave me a little wink and walked away. I can't even imagine what this Sunday is going to be like. Actually, just heard a horn in the background. Skies are getting kind of dark. I'll give you guys some updates soon.
You know, it's interesting, Terry. I am looking from our perch here in the booth, and I am seeing the players from 17 walking off and up towards our location, and we can hear the horn again. And so we might have some lightning in the area. Certainly the players are going to be taking a break here.
Yeah, they are officially pulling the players off the course at the moment. And everyone is scattering as everyone must take shelter.
I go. Yep. That's it? Yep. Horns.
Oh, and you see the frustration and maybe even disbelief by Kyle Klein, hearing that you must pick up or mark your disc, or in his case, not even throw the tee shot because the horn has blown. And with that, we're going to take a break on the network, and we'll give you all the updates when we return.
Now that Hauk Design has landed in Europe, I can see that this is the start of a whole new chapter, getting to design courses on properties that are unlike anything we've ever done before. And we are very excited about doing more in Europe.
This is your choice. Live a boring disc golf life or unlock perks of the inner circle like early access to drops and free monthly discs. Welcome to the secret. Disc Golf Society. Join the inner circle now.
Golf isn't the kind of game to be dominated. A lot can happen out there, but your own confidence, your own self-belief, it's just a matter of how much passion and love you have for the game. And I think a lot of these older players, they have the severe passion and love for this game, which propelled it into where it's at now. And I'm so happy to be out here today and watching all these elder statesmen compete on the final day of a World Championship.
Saarinen finds the change. She gets it. This is Silva's 8th birdie today. Oh my gosh.
What a great shot.
And your first time major champion, Silva Saarinen.
Celebrate the biggest event of the season with our exclusive 14 days of Worlds deals over at DGPT Pro Shop. Head on over there. We're featuring daily giveaways and some of the season's biggest offers yet over at shop.dgpt.com. Little Zuka cart giveaway, some manufacturer's box, signed discs. Can I borrow your credit card for a minute?
Doesn't work over here, Terry.
Oh, darn. As we're going to take a look at our leaderboard.
It's an interesting leaderboard. Obviously, our superstars who teed off late, they're still percolating up the board, but those are all names that we're pretty much familiar with. And I've always preached this, Terry. Sometimes that you just have the week of your life, and that we could be seeing that from any one of these people.
And with that, we are in a weather delay officially here on the course. So make sure you watch and stay tuned to dgpt.com/updates. That's where we'll keep you updated. The broadcast isn't going to go anywhere, but for now, we're going to stand down. And then when we have more information, we'll come back at you with the action. And welcome back, everyone, as we are rejoining the action in round number 1 of our 2025 PDGA Pro World Championships, presented by Discmania. And we're back here in the booth. Terry Miller joined alongside 3-time world champ Nate Dawson. Well, I think of the Worlds in 2005, the one that you won, your very first one, and I remember being in a pouring rain situation. We were all called off the course. Everybody had to scatter. Not nearly as many technology updates back then in 2005, but sometimes that's part of the World Championships, and it's all for our safety ultimately.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You got a lot of people out there, and really at the end of the day, it's hot, it's humid out here, and we have storms in the area. So if you're a player, you just kind of buckle up, man. You cannot let this bother you. Got to go back out, get yourself in that mindset, and ultimately, it didn't actually rain here in our area. The storms just missed us, and everything is exactly the same. The conditions are the same. The trees are still, so you come back out and just get back to work.
Think of it as an extended coffee break or whatever you might need to take in the middle of your round.
Yeah, I saw a couple of players while we were in the break, and I just said, how's it going out there? They're like, it's hot. It's just hot and humid.
It gives us a chance to give another highlight to Sakai, who buries that one on 11. Watch Albert Tom on 16.
Yeah, and Albert with a double-digit round, 10 under par today, that one double bogey. Albert has only had 4 rounds of double-digit under par for the season. So a big up move for Albert Tom here in round 1. We have Adam Hammis. He's sitting in the fairway right behind us, about to throw his shot. And that's Sully Tippy, who is our outright leader. I don't know, am I supposed to call him Sully Tippy?
Yeah.
I like that, Terry.
If you like it, we roll with it. And you see there, Isaac Robinson. You're allowed to leave a mini. You can leave a stick or something that's going to mark your lie. And he chose to use a flag in that case, but that's all part of the rules, and he'll come back, and that's where he will set up for his next shot. And just like that, we're back with the action. Heimberg.
That's wide. That needs help. And he's going to get it. Very nice. It's one of those things, man. You put that shot on that right side. There's all those lamp posts over there. Those can come into play very easily.
So my question is, when you return in a situation like this, you're mid-round, would you rather be stepping up to a 20-foot birdie look or to a 350-foot power hyzer? Like, what kind of resets you a little better? Less pressure.
Honestly, I would take the putt, because you can sit and practice that putt over and over and over again. You can get a sense of what it is. But at the end of the day, in these conditions,
not much has changed.
Yeah, it's kind of 6 in one, half dozen in the other.
Good shot by Antila. Lower, but pushing left. And it's going to be inbounds with a downhill look. When you're a world champ or any of these superstars, they probably don't want to leave their actual minis, their favorite minis out on the ground. We used to do that. We didn't have to worry about somebody coming by and maybe picking that up. But when you're of this caliber, somebody would love a Simon Lizotte mini. So
yeah, that's a good souvenir.
So probably naturally marked.
Hang on your wall. Simon going to go with that spike as well.
Oh, it flops down right next to the basket. Bradley Williams has a birdie look on 16. Nice putt by Bradley. That gets him to 10 under. He's officially in double digits now.
Yeah, just the one bogey there.
Villman throwing his second.
Yeah, we haven't really seen much of him, but, you know, sitting at 5 under, he's a solid round. As we saw, kind of 6 under, sort of the minimum. That's like the catch-all score. We saw a ton of players. If you can get to 6 under or even a little bit better, I think you've done good work on day one.
And speaking of scores, Gannon has been very open about what he thinks scores could be by the end of the weekend. So we're watching his approach tail off to the right side. He thinks somewhere in the neighborhood of at least 40, assuming weather conditions are good. And I think his logic is 10, 10, and 10 at your 3 rounds at the Beast, and then a pair of 5s would be good over at the Monster. That is kind of his mode of thinking when asked that question over the last few days. Isaac's brother Ezra in the clubhouse with a 9 under, so just barely off that double-digit pace. It looked good. Just kind of a smirk by Antala, thinking that one probably could have stayed.
I mean,
just the reaction off the chain on that right side.
Yeah, just a little right of center. And we see that on these baskets, you know, every once in a while. Disappointment, though, for Antala.
Heiberg now has 4 in a row. You notice the lack of bogeys on Robinson's card, but you're also noticing the lack of birdies.
Yeah, we really have not seen Isaac play good at all. Something we're not used to seeing, a missed putt by Gannon. Just slides out on that left side of it. The green is sloping. Obviously you have this big hill, but then it slopes away left.
The last 5 for Maury. Lazat on the tee of 11.
Yeah, this is what we like to call big boy par 3. 430. If you're going to go on the big hyzer line, you're looking more at like about 460 distance. This is a little loopy. Brings that pond into play. Gets along the back side, but not sure on that one.
And it's going to be a red flag. Lazat OB, and that's going to be obstructed.
No doubt.
We saw Gannon, for instance, go out of bounds.
A little shorter of that and had the open putt.
Exactly, and that's very different from what Simon's going to have. Adam Hammis approaching. This is on 18.
Yeah, Adam in the perfect place. Just a chip hyzer up the hill to the blind green. Nearly a park job for Adam. You know, I guess maybe that answers our question. You get the big delay. I like a little, 280 up the hill park job.
And that fights through and goes deep. Past the pin by at least 35 feet.
And that's really close to the perfect shot for Calvin. That big hyzer, but he came through that open gap that Gannon putted through. That's about perfect on this hole.
And I love watching the creativity on the tee here of 13. Going with the roller and prime position. Anything out in the open that gives you a look at the basket. You don't have to get into the open, but when you do, it makes it that much easier. Antala, tee of 11.
This is a little bit lower penetrating, but the wind dropping it.
That looks like trouble.
Yeah, that's pond. It's a very challenging par 3. Again, the distance is a big deal, but it's the late trees. Those are the ones that are just so frustrating. And of course the pond right in the catch.
He heard me talking about a lack of birdies. He's going to do something about it here. And Hammes in for the birdie. Strong finish, back-to-back on 17 and 18. An 11 under effort by Adam Hammes. Minimum of chase card, possibly a lead card contending score with that 11 under, but at worst case scenario, I'm going to say he's on chase card tomorrow. Williams has a birdie look on 17. This can be very dangerous if it catches edge at all.
Yeah, most of the time you just see layups, and that's exactly what we're seeing there. He's way right. I mean, he's about 85 feet to the right. It's a really smart layup there by Bradley Williams.
As we're taking a look and zooming in, we're seeing that Simon is looking for a gap somewhere in the trees, and he has to be very careful to keep this clean because this could kick and go right back into the pond. And he's found a line. Doesn't seem to hit as much as a single leaf.
That's you're going to see a lot of putts from this spot right here. This is exactly where Gannon Burr putted from as well.
Kuminen throwing his second on 16. What a drive. Just look how close he put himself to the OB line.
Yeah, and while it's only about 40 feet on the ground, it is monumental as far as the ability to get onto the island. Remember earlier we saw Hammes miss the island from on the other side of the fairway. There's Calvin for his birdie.
Just a step or two outside of the circle.
Yeah, I mean, not even. I mean, it's about 6 inches outside, but chance to make it. And he's going to leave it short. That's his common miss, is that front cage.
And just like that, he gets to 9 under. Trying to close out strong. 17 and 18 to play to get it into that Adam Hammes 11 under range. Robinson taps in for birdie. We'll have a lengthy walk over to the next tee. carry down the hill. He'll be putting back up, but inside the circle. That's going to be a birdie look. Just prime position again for Makala.
Yeah, it's a risky tee shot throwing that backhand roller, but the payoff is tremendous. As you can see, the angle is perfect. Threw a great shot, and that's going to get Makala back on the birdie train. He's been sitting on some pars.
No putting required for Burr. Tap in coming from the bullseye. Macbeth also his second, an even better drive than the rest of the card.
Yeah, he just needs a good one, nice and close. And that'll do. He needs to get some birdies, just sitting at 2 under par.
We're all looking for some birdies here in round 1 at the World Championships.
You design. If you test. If you manufacture. There is only one technology partner you need. TriMet Group is the leading provider of design, engineering, and manufacturing solutions for thousands of companies across North America and Europe. Innovation starts here. TriMetGroup.com.
Like that. Till my body takes a swing and can.
We get it. You want to improve your game. You want better scores, higher ratings, more distance, pinpoint accuracy, consistent putting, and even a stronger mental game. The Power Disc Golf Academy has helped tens of thousands of disc golfers improve in every aspect of the game. And now it's time we do the same for you. During Worlds only, new members can get the first year of their membership for $19.99. But this offer ends as soon as the MPO World Champion is crowned.
Putter Pouch Sling, one of my favorite new products.
Holds all my putters, my cell phone,
Pencils, mini, anything you need.
You can detach it, put a sling on it, use it as a little hit pack when you hit the pitch and putt. 3 discs, throw it over your shoulder, off you go.
Inside or outside the court, let's go.
Putter Pouch Sling. Keep your favorite discs on a quick draw.
The first Available Research Ultiworld Disc Golf Fandom Survey is now open. Now in its 4th year, with many new questions, the survey is better than ever. This is your chance to share your opinions as a member of our awesome disc golf community with questions about players, media, discs, and so much more. Results from the survey will be published in Ultiworld this off-season. The survey is only open for a limited time, so scan the QR code or go to discgolfsurvey.com to take it now and let your voice be heard.
A2 Tominen. Putting on 17 for birdie, trying to get to double digits.
Yeah, definite go zone. Anything inside the circle, and he nails it. Wow, good finishing hole. If he can birdie 18, at least avoid a big bogey. Nice opening round for A2. You're going to have to work on that name. Pur. They're tied for second. You've seen a lot of him tomorrow, Terry.
Take a look at hole 12.
Yeah, hole 12, very tricky tee shot. We've seen the sidearm work extremely well. But one of the things we are seeing is the backhand roller. We'll see if we see that from any of our players. You do have a small mandatory there, so you can't just throw the big hyzer. All this OB line up here on the right, that's pretty far up. It's hard to get all the way up there, but the backhand roller can go. As you get out here, you come around the corner. If you're short at all in this back here behind this grouping of trees, which is what we just passed, you cannot see the pin, and it's very hard to get there. You got to get out past into that area, which we just flew past on the right. Then you got the angle. Let's go ahead and stop it here as we look at the green. This is, as we talked about, a big slope coming down this way, and then you have a big slope down to the left here. So anything short left, that can trumble down there. That's some high grassy stuff. But ultimately, a good birdie, it's only 600 feet, and something that you can get if you can get a good tee shot off. Anything short, you're playing the par game.
That left side rough of the left side of the green there is just that. You do not want to be down there. As you said, it slopes, but could absolutely get you buried as well and give you no look.
Yeah, they've done a good job at sort of knocking it back. A lot of the kind of, I'm not sure what I want to call stinging nettles, but it's a weed. It can be down in there, and boom, if that just brushes along your leg, you're going to be feeling it till you're up on the 18th green. I can promise you that. But they've done a good job at removing it from down there, but still, it's a severe slope. You don't want to be down so low. It's going to slow him down. It'll trickle into the left woods.
Yeah, that's going to take birdie out of play. Vilman on the tee of 14.
Yeah, 14, one of the easier holes. Very nice. There's just not a lot to it. If you can miss those early trees, it's all back uphill to the pin. You don't skip away. You can be aggressive on the green.
And speaking of aggressive, I think okay, we're going to watch him go up into a different area. That's not where I was going with it, but as we know, Simon does his own thing. That's going to be punished. Left side, he's going to be trying to kick out. I want to throw out to Brian and talk about the aggressive play that is usually the roller here. Can you break it down what exactly they're trying to do and kind of the pros and cons to it? Out to the right. Rollers are common on both this tee shot as well as the next, and we'll check in with Brian a little later on that. Vino's birdie train stopped at Parville, and he's hoping to buy a new ticket and get back on track here.
I think he's got it. That's a great shot inside the circle.
I don't mind Parville. You just don't want to, set up camp there too long.
Yeah, Parville's becoming a less nice neighborhood as these players get better and better. I mean, but in all seriousness, I mean, these guys have just continued to push the envelope as far as consistency. And we're just seeing at least a 12 under. It seems like every single round we play. Yep, and that's what happens when you're short in the corner. You can't get all the way to the basket. I think smart to not try to get overly aggressive because it can go from bad to worse. If you're down in these woods and you try to get too aggressive, you could end up in them again.
Yeah, we may find out what Simon has to do with it. Here's Macbeth. Birdie look, step inside the circle. 31 feet. And back-to-back birdies for Macbeth. If he can close out strong, he'd like to get to that 7-8, territory at this point.
Yeah, I feel like you got to be a better than 6 under if you're going to want to kind of still be in it to win it. That's the number I'm looking at today as far as kind of the minimum to keep pace.
Her also collects birdies on 13 and 14. Already at 8.
So, as I was mentioning, the backhand rollers can't get all the way up to this out of bounds line, but look at least until I can see the basket.
Let's skip forward. He's still at least in that 16, 17 meter range.
I think watching this group, it shows you how impressive those sidearms. We saw one from Hamas earlier.
Yeah.
This is scary for Simon. He's got to just get out.
Uh-oh. I feel like a hero shot attempt is coming. Well, the gallery liked it. And Brian, where is Simon, and how buried was he?
Yeah, pretty buried. You're not going to think about throwing something like that unless you're out of options, essentially. And yeah, there wasn't really a way to get up and down. He's still pretty far away from the basket, but it's going to be a pretty easy stress-free up and down. But yeah, that's kind of what happens when you throw the roller. It is the way to get farthest up the fairway, and I've been seeing more players throw it over the years. But yeah, that's kind of what happens when it backfires.
Picks up the birdie. Getting older, so I'd have to jog my memory more. I don't know if it was moving day or final round that we saw Makula last year at the European Open. So as you've said, been playing here a long time, certainly knows what to do out here. As Simon gives that a run, and I love the aggressiveness there. You said it in the whole preview that he's got a bit of a backstop behind there. You can be aggressive with it, and if you're coming in nice and flat like Simon was, it certainly works out. And Bradley Williams finishes his round with a bogey to shoot 9 under. 2 OBs on the day.
Yeah, that can happen quite easily on 18. But still, 9 under, you're still in it to win it. It's not bad. Like I said, 6 under to me is about the worst you can do today if you want to still have a chance to win. Of course, not to say that anything can't happen, but... And that's a beautiful putt from Nicholas Antila. Finally, Terry, we see something from distance. Find the bottom of the basket. Even with the distraction, completely locked in.
I was thinking that was Cadence Burge, the chainsaw out there doing work somewhere on the course maybe. But Antila, great focus. Picks up the birdie.
Yeah, he's been disappointed the last couple holes. He had that bounce out from 18 feet and then throws OB on 11. So solid. Yeah, what did we just see? Did he just punch it through the bush? And then he misses that. I believe that was for par. Brian, can you give us just a little update on that? Was he deep in that bush just trying to chip through for Robinson?
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head with that one. There's a tough bush to pop through, but yeah, that's what he had to do there.
So just trying to pop it through, barely gets it about 20 feet and then misses that. So from 40 feet, he's going to 3-putt to take a bogey. The one thing that was holding Robinson together today was the fact that he was bogey free. So he hasn't picked up enough birdies to keep pace.
Pushes left but stays inbound, so he'll have a look. You have to be careful because from that distance you have to put enough pop on it to get it there to the elevated pin. However, that brings OB into play when you're putting directly at the OB when you're at least pin high like he'll be.
This is one of my favorite, but also one of the most intimidating tee shots on the course.
Especially when the wind is anything more than
what it
a
is
gentle
to,
breeze.
Exactly.
I think that's the most daunting tee shot on the course, personally.
100%. And in the early years, we played this hole as a par 4. I like that they moved it into a par 3. It makes the action a little bit more compelling to try to see players go for that green.
Raven Newsom has a birdie look on 17, just inside the circle. Raven Newsom, a finalist in your putting competition that took place just before we saw the opening ceremonies yesterday.
Wow.
Did that get a kick?
Is
that exactly what happened?
It did.
Okay.
And a very fortunate one at that. You can see the smile off of Antila. That was pulled immediately.
Cannon's going to take a route not many are qualified to do.
Yeah, you know, it's
not far from putting it in.
It's more common than you think, especially with these conditions, to be able to go up and over, and that was perfectly executed. Once you get big winds out there, you really just can't. You can't play the risk. Oh, this is the money shot, even with the branch hit. Great shot from Calvin. Calvin's got that low power, perfectly suited for this hole.
Did you go over the dead branch? I was talking about his. I saw yours was like, yeah, you got through.
Tominen is in a tie for second at that 11 under as he birdies out 16, 17, and 18. One OB stroke on the day.
And the guy's still playing in juniors tournaments.
Winning by 10.
And I mean, look at, he is tied for second at the World Championship.
Well, someone else who's tied for second is Adam Hammis, and he's in the clubhouse along with Nate Perkins.
Well, Adam, you've been having a great season, no doubt. You won twice on the Pro Tour, but you missed cash at Crow Call after your win, and then you missed the cut at the major. So I want to ask you, what have you done to bounce back from that mentally and prepare for the biggest tournament of the year?
Yeah, obviously, you know, missing a cash, then missing a cut at a major kind of just fires you up. It just kind of resets the mind, kind of just like I don't know, it makes you just want it. You just, it's like you're forced to reset, and honestly, I'm glad it happened because I didn't want it to keep happening. So, yeah, I worked pretty hard this week, worked on the putt. Didn't feel great all week, but happy to come out with a hot one.
Well, you came out shooting, and it felt like With the calm conditions that we had, it felt like the MPO was inevitably going to light the course up. What were you feeling going into the round? What did you think you had to shoot?
Didn't really have a number in mind. My expectations were actually pretty low because I just came off 2 terrible finishes. I just wanted to come out here and just take it shot by shot. That was literally the only thing I said this morning. Then I found some confidence in the warm-up field. My shots were coming out clean, feeling pretty crisp. Then I set up the hole 1 and I threw a nice shot right down there into the bullseye and just took off from there. Just kind of locked in right at the perfect time, and yeah.
Well, only 2 pars through 12 holes. I mean, talk about some of the shots that you can recall on that stretch of golf. 10 down through 12 is cooking.
Yeah, I mean, just in the flow state, just throwing the shots I know I can throw, making it easy on myself. A lot of bullseyes, a couple good putts. Just a small blunder at the zone on hole 5. Just kind of left it a little too high, hit the branch. But yeah, I battled back after that. And then on hole 9, I left it 40 short, and there was actually some kids wrestling right behind the green, so I had a little bit of a distraction on that green. But yeah, I don't know. Just there's a lot of distractions out here, and whoever can handle them the best is gonna shoot the best out here.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I've never seen a Wednesday like this, just ever in any property. Well, the 16th, your only bogey of the day, you were in a similar spot that AB was in a couple years back when he tin cupped it. Can you talk about the miss there and what went wrong?
Yeah, it's just back there in that corner, kind of in that pocket, and it makes that shot pretty much as far as you possibly can have into that green, from getting over the road at least. And I ranged it at 320, 290 cover, I think it was, to cover the bails. And the only thought that really goes through your head on that shot is don't come up short, and you kind of forget that long is a possibility, and your adrenaline's kind of pumping on that shot because it's like the nerviest shot of the round. And yeah, it just it was a little too driven. You throw a little bit higher to get the stall back onto the green, and just ended up tripling OB by just barely a foot. So yeah, just not too bad a mistake.
Well, you made the correction there to get the single bogey. Then you hit a 40-footer on 17 for the tough birdie there. Talk about how you felt after the lightning delay coming back to throw your final shot of the day.
I felt pretty good. Obviously, it's not ideal to think about, shot that hard for about 40 minutes. But I put myself in a really good spot, and I knew if I just threw, the right angle and the right speed out of my hand, it would good chance of being in bounds. And luckily, it ended up being pretty much just perfect.
That's Adam Hammes with an 11 under, unofficially rated 1074. Thanks for your time, Adam. We'll likely see you on the lead card tomorrow.
Hopefully. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And Adam Hammes closing out strong, as he said, battling back to get 17 and 18 and finishes with the 11.
What a good perspective from Adam, saying he's almost glad that it happened. Some of these failures in Krokol at the major, it really reinforces what he's doing out here. It makes him work just that much harder, comes out with a good day.
Well, if I recall, at one point, he had a terrible opening round at Des Moines, like absolutely terrible. It was a 1 under. Then shoots the hottest round out of all players in round 2, shoots the hottest round of all competitors in round 3, comes up just short to his good friend Ezra, takes second, then flies over to Norway, and then shoots the hot round to open up the next event over there at the PCS. So he was riding a stretch that you just can't keep up with shooting hot round every single round.
Yeah.
But then he's, humbled, so to speak, and realizes, hey, this is still golf. And it doesn't go your way every single round out there. And as you said, a great perspective overall. He's back on track today, it looks like. Isaac dealing with some foliage over there. Doesn't matter. What a bounce back. The lone bogey he took on the previous hole, he comes back, gets hole 13. We'll see if he can start getting some momentum going to close out his round. He needs it.
Yeah, he really does. And I'll say, Simon in a similar boat, but when you look at Isaac, this is the 2-time defending champion. And again, we talked about it earlier, the fact that he was not practicing as good as he thought that he needed to be, and he comes out today with a little lackluster. So going to have to use that major prowess to try to battle back.
Such an impressive drive by Gannon. And when you take a look at the pre-event odds, certainly in Gannon Burr's favor, coming in as the highest rated player, the #1 ranking in the world. But as we've said earlier, Gannon has yet to perform well at a World Championships. He had said that. That's not me saying that. That's him admitting that and talking about it in the press conference. He feels like he's got good chances this week. And then he was already thinking ahead, saying, well, then there's next year in Michigan, and the next year I play well in Portland. And I'm thinking to myself, let's get one in the bag first, Gannon, before you start thinking about 2 and 3 just yet. But clearly Gannon very analytical about his game and all of his odds and chances. We'll see what he can do. And this is the most major wins without a Worlds win. And Will Schusterich has 4 majors. His best finish was 2nd at the Worlds, and Gannon with 3 majors, but his best finish is 6th. Eagle McMahon, Chris Dickerson, Nicola Castro on that list. And overlooking that site there, as we were just seeing in the scenic, that's also where some of the putting was taking place yesterday. Beautiful downtown Tampere. And also tied for 2nd, Eetu Tominen is in the clubhouse, and he caught up with Nate Perkins.
Eetu, I got to be honest, Seppo Paju named you as one of his dark horse picks from Finland. How does that make you feel to hear that?
Oh, feels pretty good. Yes, sounds great.
Well, you're 1026 rated currently. You just shot an unofficial 1073 rated round 1 of the World Championships. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, feels pretty good. That was pretty great round. I think that was my best round at Beast ever.
Yeah, bogey free.
Yeah.
Talk about some of the holes that you were able to play clean today.
I missed only 1 putt in the circle, but drive felt pretty good. Only like 2 driving error, I think.
Yeah. Well, the close is the hardest part of this course, no question. You went 3 down on the last 3.
Yeah.
How were you able to stick the island on 16? What'd you throw?
I throw Gator 3. After delay, I start on the 16 tee, and I can practice couple tee shots and approach on this hole, so that's pretty good.
Gator 3 into the island, and then what are you approaching on the 18th with?
Max, Lustro Max.
All right,
yeah,
sweet, Eagle McMahon style, old school. Eetu, congratulations on the 11 under par. There's a chance we're going to see you on the lead card tomorrow.
Maybe.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, thank you.
And we're taking a look at some of the credentials, and as you were just talking about, his best round here at the Beast. It's hard to complain about that when you're talking about the opening of the World Championships. 2nd at the 2024 Copenhagen, which is his best DGPT finish as well. And the junior champ, as you just saw, where he won that by 10 strokes. He shot 8 under. Next closest was a 2 over after the 3-day event.
It was really awesome to hear Hammes explain how difficult it is to throw from this back corner. So if you're looking at it this perspective, it's kind of straight away. You can see where those fans are down by that big bush. If you're down in that corner, it's just a longer shot than if you're up on that front line as the disc is starting to hyzer out. This is sort of the mid-ground right here. This is kind of where most of the players will land and will be comfortable because they've practiced from that area. That's all luck right there, Terry. He missed about 17 branches going through that right side.
Well, as Simon would say, twice or it's luck, and that's applicable here. Kelvin aced this in practice. So today he had to step up and try and do it again, and instead he's going to be looking at a long par probably. And Simon also getting caught up early.
Yeah, and all in all, for a complete shank, that was fortunate that he didn't kick right. Just kind of had a straight kick, kept him in the fairway. This looks great.
Yeah, this is within 15 feet of the pin. Oh, it's going to be actually deep. Just trying to manifest a nice close park job for him, but up on the right side, very makeable putt. And the same result, essentially, as two of his card mates. So for a hole that's played relatively easy, we just saw 3 less than ideal shots, all likely leading to pars. That's surprising. And Raven Newsom in for birdie on the 18th.
Yeah, double-digit round for Newsom. You can see 7 under for the back 9. Solid day overall. Look at that circle 2 putting, 100%.
Simon looking for a little throw-in action. You said it earlier. This is one of the flattest, easiest greens to attack. The problem is you don't really want to be doing that. You want to be parked on this hole off the tee shot. It shouldn't be something you're having to attack in the first place. Macbeth finds the green on 16. Ansela. Just deep of the pin. Right on bullseye's edge. You can hit a tree, fall into the pond on 11. You can hang something out wide on 10. There's a lot of places to make mistakes out here that you can live with. You can't shank 14's tee shot.
No. And you got to get lucky to avoid any kind of big kick left or right. It's super thick woods on the right. And you can see this left side, that's kind of where Calvin was. Kind of low branches and bushes. It's such an intimidating second shot here.
Somebody's going to throw it in by the end of the weekend, right, Nate?
We'll see basket for sure. Let's hope it catches. There's a lot of speed. And this is this back corner. It's a much longer shot for Vino than what we just saw from Macbeth and Mowry.
And it's going to be deep, out of bounds.
So Vino took the very safe tee shot where he threw the wider hyzer, but leaves him with a longer second shot, and that's what brings that OB long into play. And again, Adam so beautifully explaining you cannot come up short, and that's what brings long into play. Wow. 2 of the last 3 putts have been left. And of course, he made the one out of the woods on the previous hole, but Isaac's just been given strokes up left and right.
incredibly disappointing set of pars by the entire card. Burr going after the green on 16. Bullseye hit. Burr with a solid opening round, trying to close out on the last two. We'll be right back.
Huipputason kilpailuista aloitteleviin pelaajiin, naisten tukemisesta uusien ratojen rakentamiseen. PDGA Europe on enemmän kuin pelkkä kilpaileminen. Tutustu osoitteessa pdga.com/join ja auta lajin kasvua.
Hi everyone, I'm Katrina Allen on behalf of Team DGA. We're going to talk to you today about the release of my Typhoon in the Atmos plastic. First reaction to the Atmos Typhoon, it has the dome of the Protos, it has the grip of the first flights, but these are a little stiffer and I think they're prettier. That flies so good. In addition to the Typhoon, we're also releasing the Sonar and the Quake in the ultra premium Atmos plastic.
Welcome back. Tee of 15 will be commercial free the rest of the round. It's crunch time, thanks to our friends at 1010 Disc. Trying not to crunch some of the foul out there, waterfowl. Stand still from Vino. Does it have the power? I think it does.
Too much.
Yes.
That's OB.
Just think about the start of this round. He was perfect for 7 or 8 holes and now struggling mightily on the 16th.
Yeah, it becomes just another one of hundreds of players who have lost it over there on 16. And Calvin, a little bit long. Still make that putt for par.
It'll be a circle 2 look. Vino again, his 6th.
And I've just unfortunately seen Vino do this on this hole. I've seen this before from him. And Val said it great earlier today. You start losing the ideal disc. You don't really have it. You can't go get it.
He's just going to draw over to the left side. He's got to hope it checks up and doesn't find out of bounds, and it's safe. That tree branch, or the what stopped him up there, was just enough to keep him in bounds. If he doesn't connect with those, that's going OB left.
The biggest challenge here on 15 is that you're playing, it's extremely downhill. You can't quite tell from the camera, but you're well above this pin. And if you don't put enough power on it, you can easily drift left out of bounds. But if you get too good of a pop, you can find long OB. This looks great.
I'm thinking shot of the day. As one of the most daunting tee shots on the course, to step up and throw it to where he did, bullseye and better, I'm going to go ahead and give that shot of the day contender for sure. And it's happening on the OTB Europe tent right behind. I mean, come on. It's our one-shot replay. And if you head over to oneshotenergy.com, use code DGPT, and get yourself 25% off your order.
That
oneshotenergy.com.
That camera angle gave us a great view of how far downhill it was, and just perfectly weighted there from.
Yes, as we're seeing Makela now hit the bullseye. All that work erased on the 16th.
Yep. It's a commonality over there on 16. Even with the good conditions, it's just, at the end of the day, you got to put it on the island.
I was expecting a little.
Macbeth for birdie. Macbeth gets to 4. You've spoke of that 6 under. Macbeth would need to go birdie to get to it. And Heimberg's trying not to fall back to 4 under. He's going to need to make this putt to remain at 5 down. Yes! What a putt.
Just enough on that left side catching. Nice par putt there for Calvin. Terry, we were watching Macbeth putt to get to, I believe, 4 under par. You have to go to a tie for 37th place to find the first world champion. Okay. Unheard of. You can see Isaac is in 63rd. Macbeth just 1 shot behind. And by the way, that 37th place world champion is Ricky Wysocki, who has been chasing a major for almost 3,000 days since his last major victory. The pressure is real out here, and guys like Isaac, Macbeth even, Simon, they're in desperation mode right now. The lead is at 12 under. They're 9-10 strokes back.
Burr could potentially get to 12, assuming he goes birdie. And a 9 for Makila, as Vilman is just hanging back at getting to 9 under himself. And we see some Finnish flags along with Estonian flags all represented there in our top 10. Or Sullivan Tipton holding on to that top spot at 12 under. Burr on the 17th. Is this going to have the distance? And is it going to come in with too much angle? There's the angle, but he gets a forward roll. He's short.
Yeah, he's outside circle 1 on the short side. I agree with you. He didn't put the kind of pop that you want to see on it. Just a little bit too high. This as well. Very high. But coming in okay. Similar result.
And hole 16 is our birdie zone. What are you seeing here, Doss?
Well, we'll take a look as we've seen a couple of players play here. This area that's right here, that's the area that we're talking about, is this lower corner. And look at the difference, 350 from there up here, you're gonna be somewhere in the range of like 60 feet closer, okay? And that is a huge difference when it comes to this shot. And then if you miss it, you're going to have to throw some shot from here that you may have not practiced, and then you start losing disc after disc. This is the look from up above. And again, I want to reiterate what we're looking at here. This lower corner, look at how much distance there is here, Terry. This is about where the line is. So it's a challenging hole. It's more mental than it is physical, but decisions have to be made off the tee. Like I said, with Makila taking the wide hyzer, you go into that right corner. The aggressive middle hyzer, that brings the left OB line into play.
Gannon contemplating the run here, And it's on line but short.
I want everybody at home to just recognize what happened and how challenging that green is. Gannon Burr, one of the most aggressive putters, and he was very defensive on that putt. Just goes to show you how dangerous it can be.
Brian, I want to talk to you. First of all, let's talk about the rule change that we've seen here on 16 as we're about to watch Antala tee off.
Wait, yeah, so as we watch Niklas tee off here on 16, it used to be this bunker rule where if you try to go for the island, you go out of bounds, you're taking it back to your original lie with no stroke penalty. Now it's changing this year where if you go out of bounds now attacking the island, you take it up where the out of bounds line is, but you do take a stroke penalty. And I've been kind of wondering, I'd like to know what you guys think in the booth. What is more menacing, the bunker rule where you have to throw back in the fairway until you get it on, or actually taking the out of bounds stroke?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, to me, it's kind of 6 in one, half dozen in the other. I think at the end of the day, just putting it on the island is a challenge, and the strokes can certainly add up quickly, as we just saw. That is that inside, low, aggressive hyzer, and you can see how much more distance Calvin just got. It's going to be a much shorter shot for him towards the island. One of the things with the rule change that you don't see people laying up, right? Before, if somebody would miss the island and then they'd have to re-throw from, like, say, back in that corner, you'd see a lot of guys lay up right and then throw from the shorter shot. Now they're just going to move up to the line, so you're going to see them just going for the island one shot after the next. This could be inside left OB.
Yeah, that's going to be out of bounds.
We're kind of seeing it all, Terry. The safe wide hyzer, that avoids that. But the inside line, which is more aggressive, we saw from Calvin, that brings that inside left into play as well.
And as we're watching the replay, we are feeling some raindrops at this exact moment. We saw a cloud a few moments ago here on the show, and now feeling some raindrops, hoping that the lightning will stay away. Brian, I know you're a couple hundred meters from us right now, but you think this is going to pass through quickly from what you can tell?
As I look up into the sky, Terry, I see a single sad-looking dark cloud, and I'm getting a couple sprinkles on me, but it might just be a nice sun shower, and frankly, it's been a real Finnish sauna out here, so it might be welcomed by a lot of these people.
I think it'll be a temporary welcoming, because as soon as it goes away, that sun's going to lullo, get the steam going, as the Finns like to say in the saunas.
All right, silence, please.
That was one of the things too, Terry. I saw a bunch of caddies during the weather break. How you doing? Good. And they're all soaked from sweat because they've been out there just grinding it out. Hey, Brian, while you're out there, can you just give us a sense of the distance that we have on these shots? I know we heard from Hamas earlier, but give us, our fans at home, a sense of the distance here.
Yeah, we're watching Niklas line up a shot. This feels maybe 250 uphill. It's short. Sticks the island. That's a clutch shot right there. I got Jussi Maresma standing next to me right now. How are you feeling standing here on the fairway 16?
Well, I particularly wanted to be here right now because this is our by far the biggest crowd on any first day. It's amazing. It's actually starting to hear some thunder even, so it's going to be a very interesting finish.
Those are some heavy raindrops that are coming down. Oh, and Simon sticks the bullseye.
These are tough moments, man. I mean, specifically for Isaac Robinson. I mean, he's already sitting on 1 OB. Of course, he's got this shorter shot as he's up near the line. But Isaac's tournament is on the line with these shots. Currently 9 strokes back of the lead.
He's got the angle, and he's got the speed. So Isaac will avoid disaster, and he should escape hole 16 with a par.
Yes, very, very critical shot.
And what a drive by Heimberg.
It's one of the best we've seen. Within just a few feet of the line, but way up the fairway.
Just needs this to sit.
I was going to say, I think he needs it to go. a little bit of a both things there. Got to get over the hay bales, but you can't go too long. It's going to be a little bit more of a putt than the rest of the card for Calvin.
I was thinking back to the Birdie Pro game and how we're still advertising for a board game, and it seems a little bit silly in this day and age with everything going digital. But hey, thanks to Birdie Pro for the support over there on the 16th. Gannon should be happy with that.
Yep, center cut fairway for Gannon. Oh, and this looks short and inside. That's going to be out of bounds. The thing about it, Terry, is when you go OB short, this build-up that's on this far right side of the second, as you throw your second shot up the hill, is so much bigger. It's completely blind. You can't see the basket at all.
Interesting line here from Macbeth.
Yeah, we've seen that. This is a standard line for over all these years. And he's going to be right up behind that pine tree.
Calvin in for birdie. I'll say this, as this rain has come in, just even sitting in the booth right off the green of 18, it's cooled down at least 5, maybe 10 degrees.
Yep, it has.
Fahrenheit, that is. I don't know what that is in Celsius.
Yeah, let's wait for that sun to pop out.
Birdie for Niklas.
And as UC Maresma said, we are hearing some rumbling of some thunder right at this moment. So no lightning in the area just yet. We haven't heard the horn. But you can see Isaac Robinson look up right there. He's wondering what's going to go on. Are they going to get this round in? And the answer of that is very quickly no, as we're hearing a horn at this moment.
And so a few moments before the horn went off, Vilman throwing his approach.
And as I said, you see this build-up right here, all these VIP tents in our booth. The finish booth is right there. You really can't see the basket. Makila, right before the horn, had this shot.
You're the fucking boss.
We heard some local commentary, and I'm not going to argue with that. That was an incredible shot. Welcome back in, and unfortunately, the 3-long blast, that is the PDGA standard for a halt of play. We're going to go into yet another weather delay. Just a matter of a reset, and we're going to sit this out for a little while. We're going to see if we can get some updates, but the minimum delay is 30 minutes.
Yep.
So we know that much. All the players know that much. It could be longer, but that's what we're looking like. And
this one's more real. I mean, you can see the weather coming in. You see all the fans behind us right now heading up to safety, and this one is also more frustrating than the last one. The last one, you're still mid-round. This one, you're seeing the finish line, especially for these guys that aren't playing so well. This is going to be some extra time to think about what's going on out there. We'll see.
Yeah, and they're going to have to deal with a little bit of wet grass when we come back, which wasn't what they had last time.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is we're going to stand down. We're going to take a break. We're going to continue to give you the updates and get everything posted when we can, but we're looking at least at 30 minutes, and we'll have the action when we return.
Legends built it. The next generation is elevating it. The most dominant team in disc golf history just got deeper. World champions, record breakers, the future of the game, united under one banner. This isn't just competition, it's a legacy in motion. This is the next chapter. Discraft, built for flight.
Hey, aren't you Anthony Barella?
Yes, sir. Try out this Venom.
Thanks, man. Hey, hurry up, man. You're taking forever.
Sorry, man. No 30-second rule here. What about that 100% off player discount?
I sort of like proved to myself that I still got it. Whatever is meant to happen with me will happen. And what I want wants me even more, so I just have to be open to receive it.
At the Paul Macbeth Foundation, we're obsessed with one thing: making disc golf more accessible to people around the world. But here's the thing, we can't do this alone. This September 20th, we're trying something massive. It's called Throw for More. Here's how it works. You get sponsors, play as much disc golf as you can, and every hole brings the sport to someone new. UDisc believes in what we're doing so much, they're donating 10 cents for every single round played that day. Your rounds on September 20th, they count. Register at throwformore.com.
We are here. We are one. We will fight. We will fall. We will prevail. From the fjords of Norway to the shores of Spain, from the fire of Iceland to the hope of Ukraine, 30 countries, one voice. Go Europe.
Welcome back. We continue round number one at the 2025 PDGA Pro World Championships presented by Discmania. I heard it earlier. We've got about 19 hours of daylight. That doesn't mean I want to use them all here in round number one, but we've been watching the action unfold. Just a hole or two left. And after our delay, we can recap some of the highlights that we've seen since the last delay, including the approach there by Kelvin Heimberg. Right now we're hearing the horn for the start, so the action will resume here in just a moment, but Isaac Robinson with the park job on 11. That would lead to what is only his third birdie of the round at that point. Easy approach on the 13th for Burr. Villman going after hole number 14. And one of the contenders for shot of the day, Niklas Antila, on the 15th, finding the bullseye. We've seen both heroes and heartbreak on the 16th today in both the FPO and MPO action, and that's exactly what we sign up for.
Well, I think the players haven't totally signed up for that, Terry, but we in the entertainment world certainly love it. That hole is extremely challenging. In fact, we saw Vino totally blow up his round today on that hole.
Yeah, painful to watch, but that's what everyone talks about, is when we're here, they know that 16 is always looming. We are officially past it, though, and we have just really a hole and a half or so to play.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking down here on the 17th. You can see the chase card is in the fairway of 18, just sort of middle left of your screen there. And yeah, it's really become a beautiful moment here after the lightning is gone. It's cooled down, as you said, Terry. The wind is still down at this moment. And I think good conditions for these guys to attack on these final two holes. Gannon Bird currently standing in the fairway of 18, about to throw his second shot.
Yeah, just moments ago then we hear the official start. So the players are officially ready to go after the second rain delay of the day. Antala, the tee of 17. This is going to filter over, slide onto that right side. It's safe, but that is layup zone all day long.
Yeah, it is. It's such a tricky backhand because the pin is located on a side hill, but you can't land your disc at the pin. You want to try to find that apex where the hill starts to slide away. If you can land right at that, it filters right down to the basket. But a lot of times you kind of tend to overturn it, and that's exactly what we're seeing from both of these two guys. You can kind of see that peak of the hill. That's right where you want to try to land your disc if you're going to throw a backhand. 17 is all day advantage to the sidearm. Simon riding that line, but it's going right. And the difference between that shot being just okay and being great was just a few feet. Great camera work. You can see if you land at the basket, you're going to go out of bounds. Like I said, it's just a few feet here or there, and that's what makes 17 such a damning hole when you come down to the finish, especially think about Sunday. You know, the challenge of making birdie on 17.
Burr throwing his second, just prime positioning off the tee to put himself here. Can he capitalize? And he is safe after we heard it connect with something deep.
Yeah, I think he hit the scoreboard, actually. You can see the big board up there. Paul hits branch immediately, and that loses all of its speed. Remember when before the break, we saw Paul land right behind that pine tree. It's going to cost him strokes big time.
Villman throwing his fourth. He had gone OB initially off the tee shot. So he's looking to finish with bogey.
The challenge for Macbeth is going to be that he's so far back after throwing out of bounds. I don't think he's going to be able to give it a clear and obvious run at the basket. And as you said, these are just layups. I mean, unless you're in desperation mode, need the birdie final round. Other than that, you just want to try to get it close.
Yeah, at this point, I'd go out and tackle someone before I'd let them run at this this early in the tournament.
Well, it was interesting because, again, a few minutes before the horn, maybe a few cards before the horn, I saw Thomas Gilbert go for a putt from up here, and he actually made it. And so we do see it every once in a while. I think it depends on where you are in your round and of course your placement.
Maybe also your mental state of mind.
Yeah.
And Heimberg's going to lay it up.
I will say, when it's windy, even these layups are extremely challenging. Again, with where Simon is at 4 under and the tournament lead is at 12, you could see he was contemplating going for it. Ultimately decides to play safe. That's a difficult decision. You can see Simon's reaction.
Robinson to save par and remain at 3 under. It makes that look easy. And to know you're escaping with a par, as we were just talking about, the difficulty of this hole, yes, of course, you'd love to pick up a birdie, but that one isn't going to eat at you all night long, knowing that you went out of bounds and saved a par.
Yeah, because you know if you just turn it over a little too much, you're probably laying up for par anyways. It truly is a bonus birdie, especially with the backhand.
Burr's going to give this a run. A soft one at that, knowing how close the OB is behind it, but...
How fortunate that he actually landed in bounds.
Yeah, I'm guessing he hit off some part of the scoreboard, either
Yeah,
the upper or lower part, and then just ricocheted back enough.
Yeah.
Not always a guarantee. Hillman in for bogey. What that's also going to mean with Gannon taking par is that he will be on top of the chase card tomorrow. He will not be a lead card participant. And Vino is in to remain now at 5 under after a very, very rough finish.
Macbeth was short, like I said, ran at it. This is not that easy of a bogey look.
And he's going to finish with a 3 under, 9 behind our leader in Sullivan Tipton. It's wild what we are seeing here in our opening round of the World Championships.
It really is. I mean, it's a lot to take in. You look at our leaderboard, the lower left-hand corner, obviously no world champions, but you really only have the one major champion, and Gannon Burr sitting right in there. I mean, I don't know. It's a lot to take away from today, Terry, if I'm being honest. Especially with the conditions.
Yeah, just prime scoring opportunities. And that is going to be perfect. As we're watching Heimberg get ready, I want to throw it out to Brian. And Brian, just give us some of your thoughts on today as we're watching Heimberg challenge that left side OB, but it looks like it's going to be safe.
Oh man, if there was a day to describe the theme of the entire year for the MPO division, this would be it. I felt like maybe the Krokel Open was the perfect one before, but now here we are. It always seems to happen at the World Championships. Got players popping off. They bring all their energy and focus into this opening day. We got Puru Jotsen and Eetu Tuominen joining likely the lead card. And it's funny enough, during our live pre-show, Seppo Paju told us that Eetu Tuominen was the player to look out for from Finland. So yeah, very, very excited for how this week's going to play out.
We appreciate it, Brian. I know you've been along with the rest of the crews in and out, back and forth throughout the entire day as we've been challenged by some of the weather delays. And this looks good. Can he just avoid that tree? And he has. So maybe Robinson can finish on a high note. And an incredible finishing hole. And let's take a look at this one, Doss.
Yeah, let's go ahead and start here with a tee shot. Let's go ahead and stop it right here because you can see this right side. This is where Paul McBeth threw. You also have the left side here. You have the OB running all the way down the left side. But remember, these posts are here. So anytime you throw a sidearm, you can hit any one of those posts coming in or out of bounds. We also saw the shot that Antila threw right down the middle. Let's go ahead and keep on rolling it. It's a very demanding tee shot that requires really very good distance control. And as we come around the corner here, our drone will twist and turn. And this is what I was talking about earlier. If you're short on this spot right here, all of the buildings that are on the right side become a huge problem. Let's go ahead and stop it right here as we're looking up the hill. You see McBeth landed behind here. If he was 15 feet longer or 10 feet shorter, he would have a great look. The OB line one's right here, but bends in, and that is what makes it challenging. This is all blind. You can't see the ground up there. 18, one of the most beautiful finishing holes in disc golf, and a champion will be crowned in 5 days from now, right here on the 18th hole. I love how that out of bounds comes in late. Very challenging. Forces the players to really be dialed in on distance control. Calvin left off his tee shot. He's going to be way back.
It's coming in hot and just past the pin, but he'll have a look. Likely a stretch out, possibly from a knee. But a straddle of some kind probably coming from Calvin Heimberg.
Yeah, and it's one of those things. If you go long, it's actually all in bounds back there. There is a OB line, hard to get all the way to it, but very thick pine trees behind the basket. Onto a nearly in perfect position, just about 20 feet shy of that corner pine. He has every option to him. He's picking a point in the sky. Just let the disc draw over. And just perfect. It really is perfect. Just outside the bullseye. Long, no chance of going out of bounds. I think overall, under the circumstances, with how much pressure was on Nicholas Antila, his face is all over this country, all over their national television. I think he handled day one beautifully. If he makes that putt, he shoots an 8 down. He's just 4 back of the lead. He's in prime position to play well at Tampere Disc Golf Center. And another lackluster shot from Isaac. Barely gets up and over that front line. He'll take the bullseye hit. That could have been a disaster.
Yeah, it looked a little shy and inside initially, but checks up for him just fine.
But do you see the difference between what Antila had, where there was no chance of OB? Simon long in the fairway here. Great angle. He's going to throw this hyzer up the hill.
Left side, and we'll be putting away from the OB as well in this case. So good shot by Lazat.
Really all 4 men played this hole extremely well.
That came out about a second before I wanted it to.
Yeah, you could hear him saying it was a little bit inside. I bet the same thing could be said for Isaac.
You can see my shot there.
At this point, you're not even watching the shot. You're actually just watching for the spotter to let you know if it's inbounds or out of bounds.
And we've got hundreds of fans behind us waving at us up here in the booth. What a vantage point they have as they're heading up the 18th. Even Niklas gave a little wave as he walked by, so cheering him on along with the rest of this group.
Yeah, you can just see what a stadium this is going to be in 4 days from now. Hundreds of seats in the grandstands. You have all these VIP corporate spots on the right. Tremendous volunteerism here. You can see all the volunteers. And look at what Calvin's got, Terry. Just nothing. Nothing. Got to pitch it along the ground.
His pitch out's not even necessarily that easy.
I mean, you could almost see flipping it upside down and just sliding it, unless he has a little high gap here.
I thought with his long legs he'd be able just to extend out, but he's buried in there more than we've seen anyone else. And best he could do with it, but what a disappointing look there from Calvin after
that was
going
a
a
risky
deep.
move, though. I would have loved to have seen him keep it lower. Just slide it low. He's going to get away with it, though.
Simon will complete his round.
I mean, just take away the big blemish on 3. It's a pretty okay day for Simon.
Possibly one of the shortest putts I've ever seen Antila miss. And that will keep him at 7 under as a result.
You know, Niklas did miss a few putts today as well. But, you know, it was still a good effort. It was high, just a couple inches.
They'll make their way up and over into the additional Pulse interview zone. And who would have thought that Sullivan Tipton, when coming in with a 12 under, would hold on to the solo lead at that number? I certainly thought we'd see people match that. Thought we'd see even more competitors get closer to it, if not match it. And it just really wasn't the case. See, they're in a tie for 5th. That's Gannonburr. He shoots double digits at 10 under, and we caught up with him after the round.
Gannonburr, you were one of a few cards to have to endure 2 delays today. How did that affect your score?
Yeah, I mean, the first delay was honestly really more annoying than anything, just because I kind of got into the back holes, which I find to be like a birdie stretch, especially for the way they play for my game. So I threw my drive on 12, which, if you don't know, a lot of the viewers don't know, it's a really long walk. Those holes are way far away. So I threw my drive, and then the horn blew, and we had to walk all the way back, and that was kind of annoying. And I just come off my only bogey of the round on hole 11, which, you know, I'd gotten, you know, good breaks multiple times today, but hole 11, I felt like, I don't know, the wind kind of slammed my disc straight into the pond on a shot that I thought was perfect. So 2-stroke swing just like that kind of hurt, and then to immediately have a break. I always say having a backup even after a bad hole is the worst thing ever for your mental game. It's so tough. So
yeah,
that was frustrating. And then definitely the one with one hole left, I was heating up. I came back after, you know, my mistake on hole 12, my C1 miss. My wrist just gets so locked up if I quit throwing for a few minutes. So, you know, I throw a really good drive on 18, and I'm the next person to throw an 18, and I thought about just running up there and chucking it because I wanted to like just throw it and then get off the course. But then the horn blew, and went back, parked it with my warm-up shot, but maybe kind of gave me a false expectation of what I could do. I got really nervous on the approach. I knew I had to make it to make lead card and pull it right. Got a real nice break off the stage.
Yeah.
So it's whatever. I thought I made the putt too, just didn't swing or go. But I'm really, really happy with how I play. I'm right where I want to be. I mean, chase card's not bad. There's really no pressure tomorrow. And, I'm going to head to Tampere right now and go throw some practice holes so I can get locked in.
Well, big picture, Gannon, what were the nerves like? Were you able to kind of drop in and as you said, try and forget that it's for a world title?
Yeah, I mean, I've been making jokes. Like, I'm just going to pretend it's a C tier this year because I don't want to put too much pressure on myself. But a big reason that I've always kind of struggled at Worlds is I've had a bad round one. And this year we're starting off good. So it's a whole new script, I think, this year. I think the back-to-back rounds at Tampere are going to be very interesting. And for me, round one was maybe the most important round because that way I don't have to battle my way up at Tampere. I can kind of survive and let the birdies come. I've played historically well there in the past, so and it's my favorite course in the world. So I think either way I'm going to have a good time out there. And playing the chase car with some good friends as well. It's going to be some great energy out there. And, I'm looking forward to it, playing out there. It's a bit less stressful than it is playing here. Here, there's some shots that you can almost lose your tournament on.
Yep.
Hole 11, hole 15, hole 16 are 3 holes that I think of. One slightly off shot, and it's an instant bogey. So going out there, it's mostly just like execution based. It's like there's really not a ton of luck involved with the wind, and you're kind of just throwing. And if you hit the pure line, you're going to get a good break. Putting's going to be important because you find yourself with a lot of shallow circle twos out there. So. Coming off, was able to win the Putting World Championship yesterday. That was really cool.
Sweet.
So, even though that's a smaller title, it really helps me with my confidence moving forward. I still missed 2 circle ones today. I got really nervous out there, but hit a couple good putts that I needed to make, and right when I needed a birdie to kind of keep my round going, I was able to get it. So, feeling good. I'm really excited, and I just can't wait.
Well, Gannon, I've got to say, we read the article. Don't worry, we've got your back. They need AC here. They need it for next season. Don't worry about it. Thanks for your time here. We'll see you tomorrow on that chase card.
See ya.
And we'll take a look at the effort by Gannon Buhr. Just the bogey on hole number 11, then talking about the backup that he was experiencing right around 11, 12 in that neighborhood. And still led to a double-digit round, a 10 under with a single OB stroke and 82% C1X putting. And as we look and see for the most major wins without a Worlds win and best Worlds finish, all here telling us that Gannon Buhr with the 3 majors has only gotten 6th thus far in the few years that he's been playing in our Pro Worlds. Will Schusterich sitting above him on that list.
Yeah, and really I kind of just think about the last 2 World Championships when it comes to Gannon Buhr, because really Gannon even just 3 years ago was really just a young kid. I mean, he's 16 at the time. So it's really the last 2. But one thing I love about Gannon is his awareness of the situation. He knows what he needs to do. And I think he said it perfectly. There really is not a lot of pressure on him tomorrow out at Tampere Disc Golf Center. He loves playing there. He has the history of winning this tournament last year. He knows how to play well out there. I think you just got to go out and do your job. And really for him looking up, no disrespect to the 4 guys that are ahead of him, but none of them have the level of wins that he has. Mm-hmm. I mean, in all reality, some of those guys would have to play sort of above their rating to really continue to keep up.
Yeah, and as you're talking about the experience, I look to the only exception there is being Adam Hammes, who's had a good year. He's got a couple of Elite Series, but like you just said, he doesn't have the major titles. He hasn't quite been able to lock one of those down. I think it's coming at some point probably for Adam Hammes in his career as well. But Sullivan Tipton, we saw struggle earlier at the major this year. He certainly puts himself in contention. He's played on the big stage, but hasn't been able to break through just yet. And then the other 2 names who are largely new to us as American viewers. Obviously, if you're a European fan and viewer, you're familiar with them, but not necessarily here and on a stage this big when the lights will be the brightest, so to speak, on the lead card. Day 2 of the World Championships, one of the toughest and best courses in the world. That's just pressure upon pressure, just compounding over and over. It'll be interesting to see how they react to that pressure. And then Gannon's going to be chilling, so to speak, with some good vibes on the chase card with a couple of his buddies. I know we're going to be in for some really good golf, and you know there's going to be some people hungry that are looking for revenge after a poor start today. That's for sure. But right now we've got Niklas Antila. We were able to catch up with him after his round, and here's what he had to say.
Niklas, I want to hear from you how you felt out there. It seemed like moments you were able to drop in and play some high-quality golf, and then some other moments, especially on the putting green, it seemed to be the opposite. How'd you feel?
Yeah, it was just tough to like refocus after all the delays and stuff. I was happy about my driving today. I'm feeling good on the tee pad. I don't know, just lack of focus on the greens today, and something I need to clean up for tomorrow.
Well, I know that there was some talk going into the tournament on whether or not the pressure of playing the first Worlds in Finland was going to get to you. Do you feel like you were able to manage that pressure well?
Yeah, I don't feel like there was any like extra pressure from playing in Finland. The crowd just gives me boost, if anything. I was just excited to play and super happy, even though I missed some putts and stuff like that. But I was just happy to be here and can't wait to play tomorrow again.
Yeah, this was a Wednesday, and the crowds were electric. I mean, talk about what you imagine it's going to be like heading into the weekend here at the Beast.
Yeah, it's insane. Whole one felt like Sunday today, and I almost want Sunday to be a chaos where we have so many people that it's almost a problem. And I think that's the case if we have sun shining and stuff like that.
Well, Niklas, you just had the one bogey today on the 11th, and it tends to bite a lot of people, right? Talk about the misfire there.
Yeah, I was expecting the wind to lift my disc, and somehow it just like got down. Good line and everything. I just threw it the way I wanted. I just need to read the wind better on Saturday when we come back to play this course, and I don't think I would change anything about the shot. It was just a bad wind read on me.
Yeah, well, you had one of the highlight shots of the day, the 15th. Talk about the disc you're throwing there and the line that you were able to find to get into the bullseye.
Oh yeah, I have just a money disc for that hole. My PD that I have been throwing for like 4 years now, it's just flying dead straight, and that's just my dream disc on that hole. I know the disc so well that it's going to just go in the bullseye every time, I feel like.
Well, 7 down, you're well into the mix. What do you think you need to do tomorrow to get back up closer to the lead?
Just make my putts. I think that's it. Other than that, I just need to throw like I threw today, stay in bounds, and stay on the fairway on the monster. I mean.
Niklas, well done handling the pressure today. We'll see you tomorrow at the monster.
Thank you.
Good to hear from Antila. We appreciate that. And let's take a look at a few of our highlights from today. I think started off right was Kelvin Heimberg. No putting required there on the first.
I really loved to hear Antila, kind of talk about the pressure that is kind of supposed as he's playing here in Finland at the World Championship, but him really handling it well and saying, they give me a boost. This is what I love to do. I love to play in front of the fans, and I really appreciate that perspective. Throughout the day, it was great to see some of these guys playing earlier, coming up with some really, really good rounds in a day that's not the easiest day on tour. All this anticipation, and it can either make you or break you how today goes, for sure.
Sullivan Tipton's round unofficially rated 1081 to open up the major. Got some great approaches on the 13th that would lead to a few tap-in birdies. Vilman is going to finish just slightly right and deep of the pin here, which he'd go on then to convert for birdie as well. Simon able to close out strong with a birdie. And that's what we saw for day one when it was all said and done. I want to kind of piggyback on something you said earlier when you talk about looking for our world champions and where they're finishing today. If I did my math right, I see Wysocki tied for 39th. I see Isaac tied for 52nd. And then James Conrad and Paul Macbeth are tied with each other, but in 65th.
Yeah.
So when you look at a few of our previous world champions, all struggling, when you see Wysocki as one of the best ones of that group, and he's in a tie for 39th, a little unofficial math also has me look back to the last time we saw somebody come back from 5 strokes or more was Ricky Wysocki back in 2017. And that year was only a 4-round Worlds, if I recall, in Georgia. But that was the last time we saw such a deficit. Now, different fields, different scenarios, very different courses. But that kind of sets a little bit of a tone of where you are after day one and what these players are going to need to do. I've got another trivia to follow that up, though. You know what the next biggest comeback was?
No.
You.
Oh, really?
You. Back in 2007, now we had 7.5 rounds that you did it there to claim your second world title, but you were 5 strokes back in 2007. So,
yeah, I mean, look, I love everything you're just bringing up, and we won't, go at it too much. But look, Ricky Wysocki, sitting that far back, what is it, 7 shots at this point? It's not impossible, but you go back to Paul Macbeth, who's, chasing down, continue to always chase down history. I mean, at 3 under, he's 9 shots back. I'm really looking at the guys that are 6 under and better. In that group, like I said, you do have Anthony Barella.
Yeah,
that's the big name we're looking at. How can AB play at Tampere Disc Golf Center? And honestly, the World Championship is unique in this sense that, yes, it's 5 rounds on 2 courses, and these 2 courses are polar opposites of each other. So tomorrow can be a complete switch. We're going to see guys shoot up. We're going to see guys fall down.
Yeah, and I'm certainly not getting ahead of myself in saying anyone's in or out of it, just providing a little context for what we've seen in recent years. We've got a very different lead card. So that leaves us with our OTB only the best shot of the day. A couple contenders, or what jumps out at you?
Yeah, we saw that shot from Isaac on, I believe it was 11, where he kind of snuck through the tree and absolutely parked the hole. That's a tough birdie, but I think you said it right, man. That Nicholas Antila shot on 15, such an intimidating hole that he just threw inside the bullseye. It's got to be that today.
I can't argue with that. And he even said, I've got the perfect money disc for that. So he knew exactly it was 100% intentional. So that's all we need to do is close it out with our OTB only the best shot of the day. Let's see what the control room and the rest of production thought. See if they agree with us. I mean, as I said, the tent was in the background. I feel like this was the obvious choice, and it seems like they agree. Or at least they're not going to argue.
That mid-flight drift that it had on it, where it just slowly went right and finished almost flat. Such an impressive shot. The hole is just not as easy as he made it look today. Great shot by Antila. Crowd loved it too.
When you're looking at 476 feet downhill, such beautiful control. And Antila with our OTB only the best shot of the day. We've got the action coming back to you tomorrow. It's going to be 9 a.m. when you're here local. You're going to have to figure it out for the rest of you. That's 2 a.m. in the Eastern time zone in the U.S. and 11 p.m. The night before. So we'll see you in the morning for our FPO action. We'll also have MPO. For Nate Doss, I'm Terry Miller, as well as the help from Nate Perkins and Brian Earhart. We'll see you guys tomorrow.